Yeah. Good morning, everybody, and welcome back. We will get started with the pledge. Madam Vice Chair, would you lead us in the pledge today?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
There is an overflow room next door in room 230 if it gets a little warm in here. Please feel free to go in there. There's big screen TV that will be live streaming the hearing. So we will continue the hearing on SB 101 FN, authorizing parents to enroll their children in any public school in the state and creating a limited exemption from parental consent required for certain recordings under the Parental Bill of Rights. And I will first call Representative Tom Southworth.
Good morning, Chairwoman Noble and committee members. I am Representative Tom Southworth, Stratford District 11, Ward 4 in Dover, and the towns of Lee and Madbury. It's my sixth term on Ways and Means. I am opposed to Senate Bill 101. I worked in public education for 43 years as a reading teacher, school counselor, and administrator. For many reasons, this bill is not ready to become law. A new bill must first be considered in the context of public education in New Hampshire. Currently, there's a huge disparity among districts in staff salaries and benefits, school facilities, and the burden on the taxpayers. Other states with open enrollment fund a much higher percentage of the local education cost. I've carefully reviewed the latest amendment, and I'll highlight my concerns. There are many conflicts in the bill as it applies to federal special education laws. I would suggest that the bill follow the EFA model instead of the charter school model. If a parent voluntarily enrolls their child in a different school, the sending school is no longer responsible for the individual education plan. That's current law. The team does the placement for the child, and they can choose an outside placement if they all agree. But for now, the parent can't just unilaterally put a child in a different school. For the sending school to provide services and monitor progress at a different location seems nearly impossible. Several parents spoke to you about problems with the special education services in their schools. I have no reason not to think those were valid. Under this amendment, the exact same team would be supervising the services. What if the new teacher's not following the IEP? How would the parent resolve this? Which school, which people, so on and so forth? I would suggest that the committee consult with the state special education director and legal counsel to match this amendment against federal law. The requirements of 504 plans in the new school also should be mentioned in the bill. These plans are legal documents. The capacity language needs to be clearer. Could a district that is satisfied with its enrollment set its capacity at 0, except for new students? When reviewing applications, can the school staff see the IEP? It does make sense for a school to adopt and post reasonable preferences. The timelines, though, may need to be adjusted. Seems to me that mid-year switches could be problematic. Also, some districts have limited staff during the summer. so the processing might not be easy. Finally, it could be cumbersome to set and publish capacities for individual high school classes and CTE offerings. I'm just thinking, having this as part of my job, most AP classes fill up in the spring when the resident students sign up. So I'm not sure there's a lot of hope for someone that wants to change schools to get an AP class. I'm sure there are exceptions, but I think that may be a challenge if that's really what the parent wants. Bullying is often mentioned as a reason to change schools. In some cases, a fresh start with a new peer group works fine. However, the transition to another school can be complicated. The targeted student may be anxious, withdrawn, and have lost self-confidence. Thus, the child may need extra support and may adjust slowly to the new situation. Sometimes I've thought that it's the bully who needs attention and perhaps an alternate placement. If someone is bullied out of their home school, there's a much larger problem. The new cost formula in this amendment is much improved and reduces the stress on school budgets and parents. Some districts could have gotten considerably more new revenue from the previous formula, but now they'll get approximately $9,000 per open enrollment student. Sending districts will still lose their adequacy funds for that student. I think there definitely should be a fiscal note for such a large, expansive program before we vote on it. And most of us have had past experience that the estimates were way too low for what the cost eventually was. A trivia note, I was one of the first students to attend the interstate school district between Norwich, Vermont, and Hanover, New Hampshire. So it was very exciting, and we had the photo of Kennedy's signature making us, the first district. Anyway, thank you for hearing my testimony, and I'd be glad to take questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
In case I talk too fast.
Reverend Jay McLeod?
Madam Chair and representatives, my name is Jay McLeod. I graduated from Kearsarge Regional High School, and whatever I later learned at Harvard and Oxford, my best teachers were in New Hampshire. I'm here to oppose SB 101 because every child deserves a high-quality education. Education is supposed to equalize opportunity. In New Hampshire, it does the opposite. I serve a church in New London, but I've also served in Newport, two towns 10 miles apart. Not the richest and not the poorest, but they expose how unfair our system has become. The average teacher salary in Newport is $20,000 less than in the Kearsarge district. Elementary school pupils in Newport have $3,300 less spent on them each year than in New London, but Newport residents pay double the school property tax rate than those in New London. And that is the reality across our state. Working class districts face a double whammy: higher taxes, in some cases much higher taxes. In the case I just cited, double the property tax rate for schools. They face higher taxes and inferior education. And you, as state legislators, have the power to change that. You could fund an adequate education for every student. Instead, we maintain a system that penalizes property-poor towns. SB 101 will make this worse. It will widen the gap between districts. Towns like Newport will be forced to send tuition out while cutting their own programs, losing teachers, courses, and student supports, and raising property taxes even higher. Senator Lang's amendment would cost the state tens of millions of dollars, which would mostly flow to districts that do not need it. Yes, some students will benefit. Those who can manage transportation and pay in the original bill the gap in tuition. But whole communities will be left behind, caught in a downward spiral that is very hard to reverse. These are proud towns. Schools are at the heart of their life. It only takes one season. If you can't field a football team or a softball team just for one season, how do you recover? You don't. This is not a partisan issue. It's a moral one. 10 miles apart should not mean worlds apart. If you won't fix what's broken, then please don't make it worse. Vote no on SB 101. Thank you, and I'm very open to questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Cynthia Thorell?
Madam Chairman and members of the committee, I am Cynthia Thorell from Pembroke, New Hampshire. I have been a resident, homeowner, and property tax payer in Pembroke, New Hampshire for 18 years. I am retired on a fixed budget. I've never had children, but have fully supported the Pembroke School District, even as the school budget increases. I believe every single child deserves access to a great education, not an adequate one, in their community if they choose. I cannot afford higher property taxes. SB 101, in my opinion, will increase property taxes in New Hampshire. I am testifying today in opposition to SB 101 because I am not in favor of the state deciding how to spend Pembroke's property taxes allocated for our school district and which school district they are spent in or which out-of-district student they are spent on. Last week, I sat in this hearing for 4 hours, and I don't believe I ever heard the word taxpayer. So I appreciate the testimony that you gave where the word taxpayer was mentioned. I pay property taxes to the town of Pembroke to be used for our resident students in our school district. I should not be paying to support the town's school, other town schools, or paying for their students to attend the Pembroke Public Schools. I'm sorry, I just had cataract surgery, so please excuse me if I stumble here. I only got one good eye. This includes open enrollment students riding out Pembroke School District bus system paid by the Pembroke taxpayers. SB 101 clearly states that the parents of the open enrollment student are responsible for their transportation to the public school, not the receiving school district at existing school bus stops. This open enrollment bill is promoted as providing choices for parents and their children who are enrolled in a public school in New Hampshire. It does not provide the means for all public school students to take advantage of open enrollment. Only a minority whose parents can arrange transportation to another school district. As I listened last week, there are countless questions regarding how this will affect open enrollment children who require special education, including details on the financial obligations between the sending school and the receiving school, how that will be determined. Detailed answers have not been forthcoming, and apparently I heard that they should be defined at a later time after this bill is approved. School boards and taxpayers in more than 60 communities, including Pembroke, made choices and approved open enrollment warrants with specific limits for open enrollment options based on their school district's capacity and budget. We do not need the state to override the choices the voters in these towns approved. If New Hampshire property taxes, local school boards, school districts have shown that they do not want this, why is the legislature so intent on pushing this through? The current funding in SB 101 states that the taxpayers will pay 80% of the tuition to the receiving school district for every child that wants to enroll in a different New Hampshire public school district. This is over and above the school budget necessary to run and educate the current students enrolled in the Pembroke School District. A new amendment was introduced at the beginning of the hearing last week, which proposes a new funding model. And miraculously, it appears that more money has been found for public education, but only to be used for open enrollment. In the new funding model, the state pays the receiving school district the state adequacy aid for the open enrollment student, in addition to an open enrollment aid payment from the newly found fountain of public education money. The results are the sending district loses the state adequacy aid for the student, even though their school budget cannot be reduced. The building still needs the lights on, the heat on, and maintenance, and 1 or 2 or 10 students that leave is not going to reduce that obligation. The total amount of the two payments from the state to the receiving district will be thousands of dollars less than their per student cost and the tuition that they would have received from the sending district as defined in the current bill. What happens when the state starts reducing the payments? It wouldn't be the first time that's happened. No matter how they dress it up, open enrollment is going to increase property taxes for New Hampshire property owners in order to serve a minority of students. There are no winners for New Hampshire school districts in SB 101 in the current text or the new introduced amendment. Our school budget is set in March and voted on by the taxpayers of Pembroke. At that time, no one can predict how many students will decide to attend other public schools in the following school year, potentially resulting in a deficit, increasing property taxes for the school year, and a surprise bill for the property tax owners of the town. The administration of this open enrollment program will also increase the school budget as well. Every parent has choices for their child's education besides the public school in their district. However, the Pembroke Public School District, the taxpayers of Pembroke, are not responsible for the costs incurred by their choices to attend any other school. If the state wanted to provide choices for students enrolled in public schools, they should provide the necessary funding for all public schools, so students have better choices in the schools they are already in, and close up that disparity between schools. All children deserve that great education, and today that can't happen because some towns are just not as affluent in property tax than other towns, and it's just plain wrong. But based on the introduced amendment, The best use of this newfound money for public education is to use it for a minority of students rather than to benefit all public school students and give New Hampshire property taxpayers some relief. And at this time, the state legislature has no idea how many students will take advantage of this choice. I respectfully ask the committee to vote no on SB 101. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't think anybody needs any questions for me.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much.
Kathleen Malsbenden.
Good morning, and thank you for pronouncing my name correctly. Good morning, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Kathleen Malsbenden. I am a Newmarket resident and a member of the Newmarket School Board. I am speaking on my behalf and the board's behalf. In April of 2017, a snowstorm forced Newmarket to reschedule its town meeting. Voters did not stay home. They showed up, young and old, and passed a $39 million school bond with a 79% supermajority. That bond was a statement of what we believe our children deserve. And as you know, Representative Cahill is working very hard to get building aid back into the budget, and Newmarket does not have that building aid, and it adds $2,000 to every per student cost in our district. That is carried forward. SB 101 places that democratic investment in jeopardy. What this committee received last Wednesday was a last-minute sweeping amendment from Senator Lang, introduced for the first time at this hearing. It took 90 minutes just to explain it, leaving us with more questions than answers. When asked what happens when a child's choice school fills up, forcing them to leave their classmates, Senator Lang was dismissive. Despite research showing that disruption is harmful, he said they just go back to their schools. There was a hush in this room at that moment because we know what happens when a schooling is disruptive. When asked who pays for a wheelchair-accessible van for a student with disability, his response was the families would find a way. Do you know how much a wheelchair-accessible van costs? And that is going to go on extra costs for a parent who has a student with disabilities. That's not policy. It's a dismissal of our most vulnerable students. This is why HB 1280, the bill to study this matter, should be taken up and done. Decisions of this magnitude deserve study before a vote. On funding, this is a fiscal trap. When a student leaves the district loses state aid, but fixed costs, our bond, the building, the staff, all remain. The only place left to turn is the local property tax bill. Reaching high in New Hampshire's math just shows the full cost of the state is several times higher than Senator Lang's estimates. They have been spot on regarding voucher expenses, so to ignore their data is to our peril and yours. Layer in HB 1815, which redefines adequacy to potentially remove nurses and transportation from state funding. Together, these bills do not expand opportunity. They expand equality. We hear children should not be confined by their zip code. Well, let's make it so that the zip code is right for every single student, that they don't have to move. That's called adequate education. When choice depends on a car or flexible work schedules, it's no longer a choice, it's a privilege. And I want to just mention something else about open enrollment. There are 2 districts in this state that have open enrollment. One is Prospect Mountain, and you hear from them. The other is Franklin, my hometown, my alma mater. They established an open enrollment school in 2015. You have 2 disparate communities right there. Franklin is one of the most property poor districts in the state. Prospect Mountain is getting students, Franklin is having those students take away. So for every student, it's a study right there on what open enrollment will happen. For every student that leaves Franklin, that could be, as the superintendent from Prospect Mountain said, it's about $17,000. With this new bill, it may be a little different. But that's $35,000 out of Franklin's school budget. And if you know how thin-based that school budget is in Franklin, that $35,000 could be some science equipment for the high school. It could be just even paying the transportation bill. Now the oil bills, the gas bills are going up. So I want you to look at those two schools. And remember, there are 2 schools here with open enrollment. And that was even a surprise to a lot of us that attended the school board meeting in the fall when the school board member head got up and said there were 2 schools. Nobody knew that until then, but they started in 2015. The other thing I want to say about open enrollment kind of goes on to the idea of, goes back to my alma mater, Franklin High School. They just got a nice call out on a nationally televised show the other day, The View. Rahm Emanuel and Maggie Goodlander came to Franklin High School and spoke to the children there, the students. 40% of those students go over to the community college, and they're earning college credit. A couple of them even said that the first time that anybody in their family will get a college degree. So that's the New Hampshire advantage. That's the American dream. I looked up this morning how much New Hampshire invests in community college versus prisons. New Hampshire budgets $200 to $300 million for prisons. It budgets $50 to $60 million for the community college system. And another call out to my hometown. The vice chancellor of the community college system, Chuck Lloyd, graduated from Franklin High School, a public school. I was one of his teachers, so I'm very proud of that. I won't take credit for his advancement, but our children will feel all of this. Our educators will bear this. Our taxpayers will carry the burden they never expected. That $2,000 extra on that bond payment in Newmarket is real. Those are the taxpayers that are footing that. This bill will take that, as I said, that democratic choice away from them. And this committee will own the results for years to come. This is exactly why, again, House Bill 1280 matters more than ever. No matter how determined you are to pass this bill, these questions demand answers first. I ask you to fund our schools as the courts have ordered. And I ask you to vote inexpedient to legislate on SB 101 and Senator Lang's amendment, which, in your words, when you get up to speak about something in the Great Hall, you say, until a better bill can be made. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative Selig?
Thank you so much. I wasn't able to write numbers down quickly enough. Could you say again that you said the state spends a certain amount on prisons versus community colleges, and I just didn't get the numbers.
The numbers that I came up with this morning was the New Hampshire budget expends $200 to $300 million for the prisons and $50 to $60 million for the community college system. And wouldn't we much rather have our children going to the community colleges than the prisons?
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Sorry.
Seeing none. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you. Oh, if I didn't say that at the end, my mother would be very embarrassed.
Jane Bergeron?
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to address all of you this morning. My name is Jane Bergeron-Beaulieu. I'm the Executive Director of the New Hampshire Association of Special Ed Administrators. I'm here representing over 300 leaders in the field of special education from around the state, both in our public school districts, as well as New Hampshire's private special education schools that are approved by the New Hampshire Department of Education. I am here representing our members, and collectively, we are opposed to Senate Bill 101. The packet that's going around has a copy of my testimony. I also put into your packet just some helpful references for you. I have included a special education fact sheet relative to charter schools in New Hampshire and what that looks like. I have included for you a cost analysis of a typical student with an IEP in a traditional school district, and how much it costs for an elementary student, a middle school student, and a high school student to get their special education services in a charter school. I also included in your packet a legal review of Senate Bill 101 from the perspective of special education, from Attorney Jerry Zellin, who volunteers to work with us on our legislative committee. So I thought that those resources would be helpful for you. In terms of my testimony, I'd like to start by saying, first and foremost, Senate Bill 101 does not consider the negative impact upon New Hampshire's children and youth with disabilities and those receiving special education services. Additionally, the bill does not address Section 504, which also protects our children and youth with disabilities. Secondly, we'd like to bring forward that Senate Bill 101 fails to adequately address many unanswered questions that we have brought forward. Some of them I will speak to in my testimony. The third point I'd like to bring forward is that Senate Bill 101 is crafted to replicate the charter school model as it relates to the provision of services for special education. Our association would like to remind our policymakers that there were findings and recommendations brought forward in 2016 in a report from the Legislative Commission that studied special education in New Hampshire's public charter schools. In this report, funding issues were most cited as the biggest challenge for school districts and our public charter schools as it relates to the provision of special education. Concerns were specifically raised regarding designating the LEA as entirely responsible for the provision of a FAPE, a free appropriate education, for children with disabilities enrolled in public charter schools, and many concerns centered around the costs for special education services within our public charter schools. And these were concerns by both the LEAs and our public charter schools. Unfortunately, none of the recommendations were taken into consideration that were in the report, and none of them were moved forward. And yet today, we find ourselves suggesting that we continue to expand this model, even though we have studied it and determined that it is significantly flawed. I'd also like to mention that our association, as well as the Charter School Alliance, would welcome the opportunity to meet with the sponsors of the bill to discuss the significant challenges that we have faced when it comes to special education in New Hampshire's charter schools. Our association has been working for more than 3 years in collaboration with the New Hampshire Alliance of Public Charter Schools. We meet monthly. We include the Department of Education because we try hard to work together on behalf of our kids with disabilities, but can easily say that the system is broken when it comes to special education, and it's extremely costly. Some of the other things that we want to bring to your attention, and this is just a sampling and is not inclusive of all. I think you've heard some of them already, but I would like to bring to your attention, in New Hampshire, we have a significant staffing shortage when it comes to special education teachers and related service providers. This really does impact our ability to provide services to students in our traditional public schools, but even more importantly, more difficult to get those services out to our public charter schools and the kids with disabilities who are enrolled in those charter schools. In an open enrollment school, the resident district, according to Senate Bill 101, would be responsible for the education of students who are referred. So we're curious as to when a new referral for a general ed student comes forward for a child who's in open enrollment school, who will take the responsibility for that new referral? Will the sending school district or the resident school district have to send their staff and their evaluators out to do the evaluations and pay for that? So that's a big question that we had. We're also curious in terms of which district will write, implement, and monitor Section 504 plans. There is no mention in this bill of that significant population of kids in New Hampshire. At least 5% of our kids, I think the number is higher, but at least 5% of our students are on 504 plans, which is one of the highest in the country. I think second only to Texas. So we question that. We also are curious in terms of which district would be legally liable when it comes to being joined by the juvenile court. As many of you know, we have a lot of kids who are court involved. This bill does not mention that, and that takes a significant time and resources to support those students and families. We're also wondering if a student with an IEP or a 504 plan leaves an open enrollment school, is that child guaranteed a seat in the least restrictive environment in the resident district if they're already at capacity? Another question we'd like to bring forward is what happens to a child with an IEP in an open enrollment school when parents have shared custody and live in differing districts? Which district will be legally responsible for the provision of special education services and related services? Who will be responsible for a child in an open enrollment school if they experience an episode of treatment and need to be placed in a mental health facility or hospital? Who will be responsible for a child in an open enrollment school who becomes court involved and placed in a facility out of state? Did the sponsors of SB 101 take into consideration the potential significant challenges associated with open enrollment and the oversight, management, and complexities of Medicaid to schools? That's a hugely complex system and includes so much tracking. And if kids are all over the state, it has some significant implications. If a parent files a special education complaint, who will be held responsible? The open enrollment school where the child attends, or will it be the resident district responsible for the oversight and the compliance aspects of special education? Regarding special education costs, how will a district develop a special education budget, write their IDA grant, and determine staffing needs when they're not even sure of the numbers and types of services to be provided and where those services are to be delivered? Will there be any kind of rate setting for the cost of special education services in our open enrollment schools? If an open enrollment school is going to be the person providing the services, will there be any guardrails or rate setting around that? How will districts determine the cost for special education transportation as outlined in students' IEPs when they're not aware of where the student is going to need to be transported? School districts are mandated to cover the costs and provide transportation for those students with IEPs who require specialized transportation. And as you all know, transportation in our public schools, the costs are astronomical. And this would put a huge burden on our school districts.
Let's see, will open enrollment schools be required to make facility adjustments to accommodate children and youth with physical disabilities? And if so, which district will be responsible for those renovations to facilities? Who will be responsible for the costs associated with the Section 504 plans, especially those that might require specialized equipment or staff to support a student, such as a nurse? What will happen to the highly specialized programs in our resident districts if 2 or 3 students with IEPs leave the program and the district cannot continue to sustain the program because there aren't enough students? Will the IEP team be forced to consider placing the remaining students in a more restrictive environment outside of their educational community? In closing, I hope that this testimony provides just a snapshot of the many questions that remain unanswered and how such uncertainty could affect children and youth with disabilities, their families, school districts, and New Hampshire's taxpayers. Senate Bill 101 will require the resident school district to be responsible for the provision of a FAPE for each child with an IEP, including all compliance aspects with state and federal regulations and rules. At the same time, the resident district will have no authority in terms of the oversight of the programming. They don't have the opportunity to take advantage of economy to scale for staffing. And additionally, it's not clear how fees for special ed services in open enrollment schools will be determined and if there will be any guardrails around such services. This legislation is worrisome. It has the potential to put districts in very challenging situations when it comes to meeting the needs of our most complex learners. If Senate Bill 101 were to pass, there is a grave danger of increasing disputes and litigation between districts, IEP teams, and families, while driving up the costs of special education budgets in our resident districts. Our association asks our policymakers to carefully consider the varied aspects of this testimony and its implications. Thank you for your consideration and for your service to the citizens of New Hampshire, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Representative Selig?
Thank you so much, and thank you for taking my question. I think back to when my now college-age kiddos were in elementary school, and one of their schoolmates was a child with complex medical needs where the child required a one-on-one paraprofessional who, I forget if it was LNA or some type of nursing specification because of their specific needs that still allowed them to be in the classroom, but with the support. So if this were to pass, how, like, would the home district still have to fund that person? And also, who would pay for that person's transportation to wherever the child chose to attend school?
Thank you for the question. The resident school district would be responsible for everything in that IEP. So as you described, for that particular child, they needed that paraprofessional or that LNA to be with them for health reasons throughout the day. So the resident district would have to either send that person with them or find someone else in the open enrollment school to take on that role. They would also be responsible for the transportation of that child if it's in their IEP. So anything that's in that child's IEP, no matter where they go, according to Senate Bill 101, the resident district would be responsible. So if you multiply that by 10 other kids like that, that's a pretty complex situation to provide the services, to transport, to get the people to do it, to track the Medicaid to schools data if they're eligible. And more importantly, you have to track their progress. And how do you do that from a resident school district if you can't be there and your staff can't be there, or something illegal is done in terms of compliance? The resident district is responsible. So I hope that helps to clarify.
Representative Cornell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. You mentioned that your special ed administrators in the charter school group meet monthly to discuss some of these issues. Did the sponsor of 101 reach out at all to discuss or ask you for your input into any of these issues?
Thank you for your question. And the executive director from the Charter School Alliance was here at the last meeting. We sat together and we both agreed that no, neither association had been contacted and asked about special education in terms of this bill. We would be happy to have a joint conversation.
Thank you.
Representative Litchfield?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Last Wednesday, when Senator Lang was presenting the amendment to this bill, he had mentioned that in every other state in the United States that offers open enrollment, the special education student is to remain in the home district. Are you suggesting that if we were to move forward with this, that we should keep special education within the home district and not allow that child to participate in open enrollment?
That's not our suggestion at all. We're just speaking to the bill. Kids with disabilities have the same rights as all kids. They have to have equal opportunities in the least restrictive environment, and that's our job. So no, that's not what we're suggesting at all.
Representative Pedro?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Is it possible that a student with an IEP in one district could move to a different school district that meets their needs a little bit better, and then they would no longer require an IEP?
Thank you for the question. The IEP is developed by the IEP team, and they are responsible for monitoring progress. So typically when a child moves, the IEP doesn't change. Typically, no.
Follow-up?
So it seems to me like you're saying there's no instance where a student ever sort of graduates from the need for an IEP?
Oh, they do all the time, and that's the intent. But it's not because of a change of placement. It's because, we're meeting their needs and continuing to provide the services that they need, hopefully beginning to address some of the deficits.
Another follow-up?
Yes, sorry. So the only situation where their need for an IEP might not be resolved is if you change the location of their education? I'm really confused by what you're saying. I'm sorry.
So the location has nothing to do, or the placement has nothing to do. It is the child's IEP and the progress that they're making. And when the team determines that they have met all the goals and met every piece of progress that they need to, there are many students that transition off of IEPs. And that's the goal, especially when you start young. A lot of kids, by the time they get to middle school, are fully included, and the interventions have been very successful.
Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wasn't sure that was just a long sorry, but thank you. Monica, thank you for being here. Appreciate your input and also that from Attorney Zellin. If you could clarify for me, last week when Senator Lang presented this bill, I asked him specifically about special education transportation. And in his bill, as you're aware, it indicates his response, whether it was the child's response, it was the parent's responsibility. And I questioned him again about the fact that I assumed, from my limited knowledge of special education law, that was illegal because that was part of his IEP responsibility. And he said, no, it's the parents. And then we got a little point of order question there. Is there any, can you tell me what the real fact is on that?
Whatever is in the child's IEP, if they have specialized transportation, the district is responsible for providing that. So many of our students have specialized transportation or have a para with them on the bus that goes to school. So we can't relinquish that right, for parents. They do not have to transport. It is the responsibility of the school district.
Maybe. Yeah, thank you, and I'll be done. Just so for clarification, so that either through IDE, and I haven't read Attorney Zeldin's stuff, you know, something's in there. That so that would be illegal to
Yes.
require a parent to transport a special needs youngster if it's in their IEP. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair, for taking my question, and thank you, Jane, for taking my question as well. So when we talk about least restrictive environment, normally we are talking about a metric where you're looking at a general education classroom as it relates to the services provided in a special education classroom in that comparison. But what I think you were talking to, and I just wanted to understand, is in potentially least restrictive environment becoming legally problematic between two districts with regard to how special education services are provided between districts. Is that what I am understanding? That you're saying that could potentially open up further legal complications as a result of what actually would be a least restrictive environment?
Yes, and thank you for the question. And we have had that play out in our charter schools also, where, you know, the LEA and the charter school are not in agreement in terms of the child's IEP, in terms of the supports that they need. So I think it potentially could open up some disputes between school districts around programming, around IEP, around costs for services. We see that in our charter schools where there's, you know, if a charter school is providing the special education services, there are no guardrails in terms of what they can charge the school district. So we potentially could see that as a challenge blossoming even more.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Freeman?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question and coming in front of us today. So is it the opinion that other districts cannot handle IEPs or the Medicaid to school billing from other districts? And the reason why I ask that question is because public schools more or less do things along the same lines when it comes to following IEPs, Medicaid to school billing. So is that the opinion that other districts wouldn't be able to pick up where the sending district left off?
Thank you for the question. No, that's not the intent. Medicaid to schools, and I am not an expert in Medicaid to schools, but it's very child specific, and the school district does not know which child is eligible. So you're tracking most all of your special ed kids in case you get a Medicaid to schools audit. So for most all of your special ed kids, you're having your service providers do service logs. So imagine that you are a city like Manchester and you have 40 kids in open enrollment schools. At every single one of those placements, you are going to have every single one of those staff having to do service logs that you have to monitor as the resident school district. You will have to collect staff credentials and licensing on every one of those individuals, including paraprofessionals and whether or not they have a high school diploma. It's a very, very complex and integral amount of data that you have to collect in case you're audited. So it's difficult enough to do it in your own district where you know your staff and you know who you're contracting and who's coming out in and out, and you can monitor those. But I can't even imagine magnifying that to potentially 10, 12, 25 other schools with potentially 100, 200 staff.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Balboni?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. And I am familiar with the 2016 report, and as you have mentioned, a lot of issues were brought up at that time and really haven't been addressed. This list that you gave us, the sampling list of issues, this isn't a hypothetical list. Is this a list of current issues that are happening within the school districts now and the charter schools?
Yes, and this list of questions was generated from our members. These are things that currently are, concerns, and we just see these things multiplying and blossoming. We're trying hard on a small scale to work in collaboration with our charter schools as it pertains to special education. And that's no easy feat, but the numbers are fairly small, and we continue to work with the charter schools and our Department of Education and bring those challenges to the table for problem solving. But this, and I will say that many of the kids in our charter schools are not significantly involved kids with IEPs that have a lot of services, and many of them don't require transportation. So usually the type of student that we're dealing with in charter schools tend to have less services that are needed.
Representative Litchfield?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you again for taking my question. I know Representative Woodcock was just discussing with you whether or not it was illegal if transportation was not provided. And I just want to make sure that I understand. And I'm trying to look it up here, but maybe you can guide me a little bit better. So from what I'm looking at, it looks as though if the IEP team places a child in another public school, a private placement, or a specialized program, then the transportation is required because the placement itself was deemed necessary by the team. But if the parent were to choose this alternate placement, it would no longer be the responsibility, the transportation of the sending district.
The first situation, thank you for the question.
Yes.
The first situation that you described is what we call an out-of-district placement, where the IEP team does make that decision, and typically those placements are places where you have to transport the student. When we think about a student with an IEP, if there is transportation in their IEP, the district has to provide that service. The same for, if a kid is in a charter school and their IEP says that they need to be transported, the district is responsible.
Representative McDonald?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you as well for taking my question. Reference was made to your fact sheet about the concerns with the existing thing with charter schools. One of the concerns cited was the time it takes to travel. And my question to you would be, would a parent or family consider that before choosing to attend the charter school? And in the case of SB 101, before choosing to attend the open enrollment school? Would they be aware of these concerns and maybe they knew that and still decided to attend?
Thank you for the question. That is truly a parent decision in terms of how far they want to drive their child to a charter school. And we do have some kids who are enrolled in charter schools in, quite a distance from their resident school. And sometimes it's convenient for the parent because they may work in that community. However, it's the resident district that has to get staff out there. So it could be, up to an hour, hour and a half. In the North Country, some of the charter schools are, pretty remote. And so if you're a school district such as Linwood and you've got to get, services through the Notch and over to North Conway, that takes a lot of time for staff, and it's really difficult with staffing shortages to find extra people in that part of the state or in any part of the state. So time is a huge issue in terms of getting those services out to the charter schools. Does that help? You're welcome.
Any other questions? Representative Selleck?
Thank you, and thank you for taking my additional question. If we have school water bottle and we have students there, it's a mixture right now of a public school with a mixture of students with IEPs and 504s and kids who have no special needs at all. And the school district can afford to provide like paraprofessionals in some of the elementary classrooms and other things to provide supports. And a number of the non-special needs kids, a significant number, decides to do open enrollment to school hole punch instead. What is that going to do in terms of the budgeting if the kids remaining are fundamentally all the kids just with special needs who, as part of their IEP, are supposed to be in an integrated classroom, both in terms of funding and in terms of FAPE?
Thank you for the question. And I think that's one of the challenges that we're looking at is how do we budget when we don't know? But you're absolutely right. If in fact a student is to be included in small group work with the support of a para and all the kids in the group go to another school, you still would have to provide the funding for that para. And it may be one-to-one, but the service needs to be provided regardless. So does that help to clarify?
Well, thank you. It does, but I'm also curious. So, you know, so if the child's supposed to be in an inclusive environment with other kids, but they've gone to a different school so that you're left with just a school full of kids who all have identified special needs, how does that meet their FAPE?
Thank you for the question. Again, it goes back to the IEP. So if in the open enrollment school, the situation is going to be more restrictive, the team would have to convene and determine whether or not the IEP is still appropriate, can it be met? And again, I think this could potentially be a setup for disputes. Between the two schools, between the school and the families. It's, you know, I think there's so many situations that we could potentially see like this because in New Hampshire, every educational community is so unique. They have their own set of services, their own service delivery models, their own inclusive practices. So it's not a real simple feat to just move.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I think what you're getting at here is student identifiable information through FERPA, and I've been thinking about that with regard to the initial process when a student or a family would be interested in potentially looking at another public school opportunity or another location. And I'm curious to know what your thoughts are around figuring out whether, I think a member was talking about whether or not a school was, quote, a good fit or not to avail themselves of the open enrollment opportunity. Do you have any concerns around that?
Thank you for the question. And it's an interesting one in that we've had a lot of conversations with our charter schools around this, that charter schools can't ask a parent whether or not a student has a disability. So just being really clear with parents and families about the mission of the charter school and how they support kids, doing their best to make sure that it's a good match. And we would hope that in our, you know, in the public schools would do the same. There are states, some states, and I think Lewis from Able, New Hampshire will speak to it. Some states that do have open enrollment, they do ask about special education. And so Lewis might have more information. But we do see that with our charter schools, where we've got some, you know, really complex kids who end up getting enrolled and it's just not successful. And to, you know, everyone's best abilities, they try to meet the needs of the student and the IEP. But oftentimes the child returns to their resident district and there's been lost time and lost skills. And we find ourselves spending additional time trying to get these kids caught up. And it's no one's fault. It's all well intended, but making sure that it's absolutely a good match and more importantly, that the student's going to be successful.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Jane.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, could we maybe tell people who's going to be on deck just so that if people are waiting and,
Okay.
you know, just to give them a better opportunity?
Representative Moffett? Oh, there you are.
Quickly, for the record, my name is Representative Mike Moffett. I represent Merrimack District 4, that's Canterbury and Loudon. So very interested in this, and I want to speak very briefly. There's so many pieces to this. You're hearing pieces today. There's a lot to it. And I just want to point out a couple of quick pieces to add to what you've already heard. And again, for the record, I've taught in public schools, parochial schools, military schools, 20 years at CCSNH. I was 12 years at USNH. I was elected to a public school board. I serve on the charter school board. So education is a big, I served 2 terms in this committee. So education is a big part of my journey. So as I said, a lot of pieces to this, couple points. It's already come up. There are models out there in our wonderful federal system. There's 50 states, and there are different levels of open enrollment policies out there in other states, and I'm sure you're already looking at those, but there's some lessons to be learned, good and bad, that have happened elsewhere that we don't need to reinvent the wheel here. I think you already know that. And the other last point I just wanted to touch on, innovation. That we always hear a lot about innovation in education in the classroom, but having been part of the education establishment, sometimes in terms of structure, innovation is very threatening. The education establishment is very loath, I think, and I'm part of it, to change their basic structures or to consider other opportunities. So anyway, agitate the comfortable, comfort the agitated. And I just want to say that niches are something that you may or may not have thought about. I won't name the schools. There's some schools, there's a public school not far from here that's looking at closing. And I don't know enough about it. It's not my community. Maybe they should close, maybe they shouldn't. But in terms of competition, competition is what makes sports teams great. It's what's made America great. And the fundamental structure of public education does not embrace competition in the way that perhaps they could. So niches, I'm a sports guy, so I'm thinking of the school that's maybe closing. If they wanted to reinvigorate their school, hire a famous soccer coach, make it a soccer niche. I'm just throwing that out there. Or the trades. There's a big interest in trades. If a school like that wants to embrace trades education, where people could go to that school from a distance away, that could perhaps save some schools that are failing. So I think I just wanted to make that point about niches and competition. And thank you for getting me in here. I'll take questions if there are any.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Representative Hall?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. You mentioned at the beginning that there are lessons to be learned. So
good and bad.
Open enrollment schools that work. One of the big differences between them and us is adequately funding the schools. Would you agree with that?
Yes, and I heard earlier the funding piece is huge, and I'm not a finance person, and you're going to, I know this is policy committee, but the numbers are important, and you hear about IEPs and costs and all this, and that's a very valid point. I do want to say that the prime sponsor, Senator Lang, has a big numbers background, which I don't have. He chairs Ways and Means in the Senate. He's been on finance, and he knows numbers. He might even be a genius. I'm not sure, but he's a numbers guy. So it's a very valid point, Representative, and. So the numbers part of it, yes. And I, to your point, I think we can look at the numbers pieces that created big problems elsewhere and apply those lessons here.
Thank you.
Representative Selig?
Thank you very much, and thank you for taking my question. You made the statement, competition makes sports great.
I believe that, sure.
Yep, and I don't dispute that competition is very relevant in sports. Are you suggesting that schools should be competing for students the way that like Nike and Adidas are competing for business as commodities rather than as a public service for the betterment of all children?
Thank you for that. And in terms of competition, I certainly don't look at students or people as commodities in the sense of they're being products. But I know that many folks, many institutions, many schools get very comfortable. They have their budgets, they have their structure, they have their buildings, they have their policies, they have their programs, they have their positions, and they don't want to, I believe they're very comfortable in that. And I don't know that that's healthy. I think that to introduce some competition into that education mix. As I said earlier, agitate the comfortable, comfort the agitated. I think that it's threatening, it's unsettling, but I think ultimately it could be very positive to have choice in terms of education, open education options, open enrollment. So, I don't see the students as commodities, but I firmly believe that competition is good. In competition, there are losers. Right now, we have bad schools that maybe need to, I don't want to say go away, but they need to revamp. So if out of this competition, there's some self-analysis and some changes that happen internally to the schools that would not have happened otherwise, I think that's a good thing.
Representative Murray? Oh, sorry, a follow-up, Representative Selig?
Thank you. In terms of this choice and opportunity, so in my school district, our high school used to be full of electives, but with the number of mandates about what courses have to be added and have to be included by the end of high school, the options are no longer available because in order to meet all of the new citizenship and this and that and other coursework that's required, those students are losing the class time in order to have those choices. So with the multiple restrictions coming from this body of what can and cannot be taught, doesn't that further limit options for what schools can in fact do rather than allowing school districts to really focus on what's truly in the best interest and making sure that all of our schools are adequately funded?
Sure, that's a fair point in terms of mandating requirements on schools. And I certainly, having been in the classroom, I understand that the folks on the ground don't appreciate us in Concord coming up with mandates, whether it be classes or assessments or whatever. That said, I think there's a place for those. And the notion of, you mentioned funding, again, I'm not going to go there. As I said earlier, Senator Lang is an expert in that I am not. But I also think that the involvement here in Concord, the fact that this is a hearing here is getting a lot of attention and raising awareness about options and opportunities and what's good and what's not good. So thank you for that question.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Moffitt, for taking my question. I think I was following when you were talking about different niches or different, and you mentioned sports niches. So one of the things that I am curious about, whether or not you share a similar concern of there being an unintended consequence of possibly putting student sports scholarships at risk as a result of unintentionally creating a niche or a sort of, I don't want to say a drafted sort of situation where maybe a group of exceptional students who happen to play a particular sport would end up at the same place. Do you share that concern?
Yeah, that's a fair concern. As I said, I'm a sports guy, and the notion of a football mill, so to speak, or a school that focuses more on sports than others, that niche issue that you touch on, I think that's a fair one. I mentioned sports, but it doesn't have to be sports. It could be foreign languages. You get a school that has a focus on foreign language education. And back to Representative Selig's concern about mandates, I know we all have our pet areas that we want to see move forward. Foreign languages is one. Mathematics, so sports is just one example of many niches that are possible opportunities. And again, I used to be in the community college system, and they were nursing programs at multiple campuses. And so they finally are realizing that rather than have a nursing program on 7 different campuses or whatever they used to have, they're consolidating. So I think that model could be applied to the public school sector in terms of an SAU or a county or whatever. And a school with a mathematics focus or language focus or a sports focus or whatever, or special ed focus. I think there's some efficiencies that can be gained by not replicating those programs at every school. If a parent has a special ed concern and there's a school in their area that especially focuses on that, I think that's a wonderful opportunity to look at, that we we don't do today in the way that maybe we could. And this bill, whatever comes of it, I think the fact that we're having this discussion, I think is a good thing.
Representative Freeman?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question and coming in front of us. So I think what you're describing, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is magnet schools. Is that something that you're describing to us as creating magnet schools within our public school systems?
Thank you for that, Representative Freeman. Yeah, magnet schools are out there. Not others. We mentioned federalism before, and other states doing what they do, and there are some states that have a very profound, extensively developed magnet school option. So yeah, that concept is kind of what I'm touching on here. I didn't use the term magnet school, but that really is, in essence, that concept is what I think we could take a better look at in New Hampshire. Sure.
Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Madam Chair. President Moffett, thank you for being here. I want to go back to your comment about Senator Lang being a expert on finance.
I said genius. That may have been overstating it.
Genius. I don't know where that genius expert goes, but one of those two titles. Anyhow, when he was here, we asked him what it was cost. He said, I have no idea. We'll take care of it afterwards. I think you were on the committee. We heard that before in a new program years ago. It was going to be $172,000. And that same program is now $100 million.
I know.
Yeah. So, in the last statement under the FN, and FN has $0 here because they have no idea what the statement says. Can't predict the cost of the bill, the impact on the state. So I don't think the word genius. No disrespect to Senator Lang. I know he's great in Fish and Game, but there's no piece here on that talks about finances. That concerns me. Like nothing. Zero.
Thank you, Representative. That's a very fair comment. And like I said up front that I am not a numbers person, but that's a very fair comment in terms of financing. And this policy committee, so if this, perhaps the chair or the vice chair could explain this to me, if the policy committee embraces the policy or the concept of magnet schools or open enrollment, then the cost part of it, I know with the HBs that have FNs, they go to policy committee, then they go to finance. So I'm guessing that this one, if say this is OTP'd out of this committee, would this not? I'm not supposed to ask questions, but to your question, in the numbers question, the finances, if the policy committee sees merit in the concept, would this then, and should the House endorse that, would this go to a finance committee?
As of right now, it's not scheduled to be an early bill, so it does not have a second committee to go to as of yet.
Thank you.
To that.
Right. So that underscores the importance to pay attention to numbers here, and I wouldn't pretend to be able to speak to that.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Moffett. Madam Chair, thank you.
Representative Litchfield?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Representative, for taking my question. It is my understanding that you have served several terms in this State House and a couple on this committee. Would you say that typically when we're bringing forward something such as this and we can't nail down a specific number, we would typically go by statistics? So therefore, we would go by if there's open enrollment in other states within the nation. Statistically speaking, we may go by, if 2 or 3% of the students typically take it, that would be what we use as our model for the numbers.
Yes, thank you for that. As I said earlier, other states have done due diligence and have developed open enrollment programs. And so there's data out there. Applying that data to New Hampshire, there's value to that. Every state's different. Some of the dynamics and parts of the equation that New Hampshire has are different from whatever other state. But again, to Representative Woodcock's very good question on finances, I think part of the answer is what you just touched on, is that there is information out there. Sometimes we get bills that this is the first, and I've been involved with several of them, where they haven't happened in any other state. And that makes it especially challenging to move these forward here. But if a version of something is moved forward in 20 other states, then there's a wealth of information out there that we can look at and analyze and apply to New Hampshire, in my opinion.
Representative Cornell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to go back to one of the things that you said about magnet schools, and when you mentioned that maybe all students with special education would go to one school. I don't know if you remember, but that was found to be illegal. It's not the least restrictive environment. So I just want to bring up that, we have to be really careful about what we say about what could be a magnet school, because that can't.
Sure. Very fair point. And in terms of special education, there are all kinds of, levels or different types of special education. Gifted students is a certain category of what some would call special education. And, Representative Freeman used the term magnet school, but to have a school that focuses on math or students with gifts in music, I think creates wonderful opportunities. And yes, to your point, with the traditional special ed, as we understand it, there are some laws and expectations locally. And again, that's not a financial question, it's a legal question. And so if there are legal mandates to take care of special ed students locally now, how would that change with this if it moves forward? I would say you could put a big old amendment on there to address that. I don't know what it is at this time, but.
Follow up. I just want to clear up, it's a federal law that it has to be the least restrictive environment. You can't put an amendment saying, no, we are going to put the special ed kids all together.
Yes, I understand that the federal mandates that are out there. But around that, some schools evaluate their students, and there are so many different levels of I know there are folks that have autism, and they are fabulous in certain areas, and they don't communicate well in other areas. So I'm not a specialist in terms of special ed. My greater point was that for certain special needs students, and gifted is an example I cited, which I think needs more attention. They're not restricted. If there are geniuses and whatever, the federal special ed statutes really don't apply to that population, where this bill could.
Any further questions? Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to just follow up. Would you agree that when you're talking about whether it's economies of scale or you're talking about 2% of 160,000 students in a state like ours versus 2% of a cohort of learners who is maybe 1.4 million people large, which is the size of our state, actually, you're looking at roughly 28,000 students who might avail themselves of something versus roughly 3,500 students. So we're talking about comparing apples to oranges here when we're talking about whether or not that is a fiscally prudent thing. And to Chair Peternell's point, we haven't had a fiscal analysis done on this amendment by finance yet. So would you agree that they're not really the same thing?
Yes, I certainly would agree that there are differences, and when you cite the numbers and the percentages, and in terms of looking at what a big state has done, yes, we have to be very careful in applying the numbers and data and dollars that a similar program has been involved with. We have to maybe prorate those numbers to New Hampshire. That's, again, a numbers thing that I would not pretend to be an expert at. But I certainly get your point.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Representative Moffett.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Bricky, do you need to come up right away, or are you here? Okay.
I can wait.
Okay, thank you. Caitlin Bernier.
It would be better to learn from parents who have children with autism.
Have some personal that.
Well, perhaps not in front of parents and questions.
All right. Checking the time. Good morning, Vice Chairwoman and members of the Education Committee, and thank you for taking the time to listen to my testimony. My name is Caitlin Bernier, and I am proud to live in Merrimack. In my community, I am on the School District Budget Committee, District Planning and Building Committee, an avid volunteer in my children's schools and within our community. I am speaking on my own behalf today. I am a mother of 2 children, one who is in special education, and I have volunteered my time to help new special ed parents navigate the difficult process. I am in opposition of SB 101 and the last minute amendment. Currently, the state is supposed to pay 40% to school districts for special education according to IDEA, and this year Merrimack only received 17%. That includes the catastrophic aid, because the state said there isn't enough money in the Education Trust Fund. Public schools still have to provide a free and appropriate public education for all our students. So the cost that still exists ends up falling on the local community and in turn increases property taxes. Last week, Senator Lang testified that we have a surplus of funds in the Education Trust Fund that can be used for his amendment. How is there suddenly magic money available for open enrollment, but not enough for special education? Why would you be siphoning off taxpayer dollars to pay to further the divide between the haves and have-nots when you're not meeting your current obligations? This is not well thought out or fiscally responsible. I know there are multiple pages of unanswered questions that experts in their field have provided to you all as they are concerned about this bill, but I wanted to share a few of mine now. Personally, my children would not be able to participate in this open enrollment due to my physical disability preventing me from driving them consistently every day. If, for example, my child had anxiety, they would be denied open enrollment because of attendance issues. I have supported friends who have struggled greatly to get the appropriate special education services for a child in charter school to the point where the child ends up back in public school where they are able to have their needs met. This bill will add more obstacles and barriers for special education students. The whole "where there's a will, there's a way" comment from previous testimonies comes from a very privileged place. This bill comes from a very privileged and ableist place that I thought we were better than in 2026. There is a clear agenda at play within this legislation, and it is clearly not prioritizing all of our Granite State students or what the majority of your constituents elected you for. Online testimony of this bill currently has 2,139 of your constituents in opposition and only 75 in favor. Along with the 2 public hearings should tell each of you that this bill should not pass. Doing so would be a slap in the face to those of us with disabilities, children with disabilities, and low-income communities. You're supposed to represent all of us. Thank you, and I will take any questions.
Representative McDonald. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you once again for being here. Always great to see you. You had made reference to perhaps one of your children would be denied to participate due to their anxiety. And I was just curious if you had a chance to look at the amendment on page 3, beginning section 7, Roman numeral 7. It says that a school may transfer the application for a number of reasons. Anxiety is not listed, and I understand you had made reference to perhaps chronic absenteeism, but did you see that that says the school district may, not that they have to deny someone for any of those reasons, and that anxiety is not listed?
Yeah, I mean, if you're giving them the option, then they're probably going to do it. When you say they may or they may not, like they can exclude somebody for it, is what you're saying. So it gives them the opportunity to exclude them.
May I follow up? And I understand if you didn't have a chance to look at that, but
I did not.
Okay, if you were to look at beginning line 19 on page 3, it doesn't say anxiety, it doesn't say special needs, and I believe beginning line 26, the next sentence, district shall not accept or reject based on a number of needs. It says pupil needs. I would imagine, would you agree that that says they can't deny a student based on that anxiety or any other condition of the sort?
There is another line, I just can't scan fast enough, that speaks to that they can deny based on attendance and behavioral issues. And anxiety you have behavioral and you have attendance issues for both of those. So that would be, it's just that it's opening the door to allowing somebody to deny based off of something that the child is not controlling.
Okay, and if I could just have another follow-up. In the event that that student's not denied, would you see any scenario where perhaps that anxiety or behavioral issue could be resolved in a different school and perhaps that school that they're currently at is the reason for the anxiety?
No, because an anxiety diagnosis wouldn't be, you wouldn't be based off of just being in that one situation that's not how would have a diagnosis. Your anxiety, your worry would still happen with other things. Anxiety doesn't just I'm not done in this place. It will go to a new place and find a worry there. That's how anxiety works. But I understand that, maybe a smaller environment would make it less people around and might lower that or make it more controllable. I see what you're saying there. I think that those are things that we should be able to accommodate within if a child had an IEP. I have a child that has an IEP that is out of district right now. She would love to be back in district. She had to be out of district to get the reading services she needed, and I would love for that to have been provided within the school so she could have stayed there because that's what she wants as well. So I see this as being exclusionary, and that's the problem.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Louis Esposito?
Would you be willing to say who's going to be next just so people can plan?
I actually recognize the people who are in the room who I know I'm calling next. So if I don't recognize them, I will do that. Representative Selig, thank you.
I hope they have enough copies. Quite no. Just checking the time. It's still a good morning. But good morning, Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Dr. Louis Esposito. I am the Executive Director of ABLE New Hampshire. I hold a doctorate in educational leadership with a focus on the experiences of autistic students navigating educational systems. Before I was at ABLE New Hampshire, I worked as a paraprofessional and a supportive education teacher in New Hampshire classrooms supporting students with disabilities at a variety of age ranges from elementary, middle school, high school, and also transition age students as well. I'm also a parent of two children who attend school in New Hampshire, one with an IEP and another with a 504. Before I address this bill, I want to share what has actually happened in other states that I've explored. In Wisconsin, districts have rejected 40% of open enrollment applications from students with disabilities as of 2021 and 22. They rejected only 14% of applicants from students without disabilities. One suburban district near Madison announced that over 115 open enrollment slots were open and reserved 0 for students with disabilities. In Nebraska, students with IEPs made up 38% of open enrollment rejections, accounting for only 17% of the K through 12 student population. In the 23-24 school year, 40 districts rejected only students with disabilities while accepting every other applicant. These are not predictions for New Hampshire in open enrollment, these are outcomes. SB 101 is even less protective than Nebraska's open enrollment statute. Nebraska explicitly prohibits districts from considering a student's disability in enrollment decisions. Now, I tried to state the legalese with it. If you could take a look at the law, they have it written in there. They have the prohibition on the books, and students with disabilities are still denied at more than double the rate of their peers. Last week, during the initial hearing before this committee, questions about 504 plans could not be answered. This was alarming to me and many others. That's such a fundamental shift in public education for our state. And there was not a conversation about how a large number of students in New Hampshire were not regarded in their support needs. There were also many other questions regarding special education during this hearing, but the bill sponsor didn't want to get into a giant conversation. And, it is a big conversation. It's not going to be a small one. It's going to be more than a 10-minute conversation. I agree with Senator Lang on that. And while I agree that special education needs to be addressed separately, and not having that conversation about students with disabilities as part of this bill will result in discrimination like we see in Wisconsin and Nebraska. An increase in special education costs, and most importantly, services not being provided or delayed for a significant portion of New Hampshire students. I want to address this in 4 different areas. Just first one, the IEP and the student. I think we talked about this a little bit before. From Jane Bergeron, but the resident district retains responsibility for the funding and the educational decision-making process with the students. We talked about that quite in detail before. Under open enrollment, the student is in a building operated by a different district. In my professional career, I have written, developed, implemented, and supported hundreds of students with IEPs, and a handful of them attended charter schools during the time while I supported them. From my experience, it was very challenging for me to support a student that I saw minimally throughout a year. I would have Zoom meetings, I would have conversations on the phone, but I never saw them. I didn't know who they were as a student. I didn't know what they actually needed for support. I always valued my relationships with my students. I think most teachers will say the same thing. You become a teacher for those relationships. And when I was a teacher in that position, those students were more of case managed as opposed to teaching. Outside of their assessments, grades, and these brief conversation, it was exceptionally challenging, and I hope you all consider that for the teacher's perspective. From the student's perspective, this could leave significant holes and confusion as to how service is going to be delivered from one school to another. If the sending district is responsible for the IEP, there are going to be many issues with how services are being delivered, and the sending district is going to be responsible. There must be consistent communication between the schools to make sure that the IEPs are being implemented appropriately, and if they're not, the sending district is responsible for potential due process hearings or legal ramifications, and expand that across multiple districts, not just 1 or 2 in the neighborhood. And there are also many ways that there could be issues with how these IEPs are going to be implemented. If a student's IEP requires OT services, for example, the receiving district does not necessarily employ an OT, but they might potentially contract with one. That's something we're seeing more and more often. Is it the sending district that will need to make these arrangements and pay for them? If the receiving district is 45 minutes away, can the sending district decide to transport the student back to receive these related services, even if it disrupts this child's day? And who convenes the IET meeting when this is being done? So there's a lot of unanswered questions with how these services are going to be implemented from the school perspective and from a teacher perspective. But this bill permits receiving districts to deny enrollment for 4 reasons, and we talked about them just before. Expulsion, documented history of significant disciplinary issues, documented history of absenteeism, and a lack of capacity. First, the bill does not necessarily define what the word significant is for disciplinary issues. And there's nothing in there to say, is it being tardy multiple times during the start of the day? I've seen students get detentions or potential suspensions because of that over a period of time. Does it mean vaping in a bathroom? It could mean a lot of different things, and it doesn't really define what does significant actually entail. Also, if a student has a number of behavioral reports, would they need to disclose that these might be related to their disability? There's nothing in the application process right now that says anything about disclosing the disability. If a behavioral incident was determined to be through a manifestation determination that it was a direct result of that student's disability, can it still be counted when a receiving district assesses whether there is a significant history of disciplinary issues? If it can, does the manifestation finding that the behavior was caused by a disability being used against the student potentially? This bill doesn't necessarily address that. I also want to talk about chronic absenteeism. Also not very defined. Is that 5 days, 10 days, 15 days? I don't know. Chronic absenteeism can result in many situations. We talked about anxiety before. It could be asthma. It could be, pretty much anything that's physical, right? A real world scenario that might occur is a student coming from Concord up here, and they would like to enroll at Salem High School to be closer to Boston because they're receiving cancer treatment and they're missing lots of days of school because they're going back and forth. Maybe they would want to be at a school local. Do they have to disclose this before they enroll? There's no mechanism for that as well. And disclosing the disability actually compounds a lot of this. How does that work? Students' IEP and 504 plan are part of the educational record and can't be disclosed without parental consent. SB 101 does not address at what point disability status must be disclosed. It does not establish a process for an IEP team to meet with both districts to discuss the implementation of the IEP. It also creates a disclosure trap. If you disclose, it also potentially might risk denial. If you don't disclose and arrive at the school might not be prepared. So it kind of conflicts. You're not in a good position if you're a family in that situation. 504, we addressed that a little bit before. But 504 of the Rehabilitation Act prohibits discrimination against individuals receiving with disabilities in any program that receives federal funds. As a recipient of federal funds, the receiving district must provide students with disabilities an equal opportunity to participate and benefit from the available services. The receiving district is also financially responsible for providing these accommodations and services. Here are a couple examples of how this could play out. A student requires an FM communication system in accordance to their 504 plan. They transfer it to a different district, let's say in the month of December. How long does the receiving district have until they need to purchase an FM communication system for every classroom that the student attends? There's also that significant unanticipated cost to the receiving district because they might not be prepared for that. Not a lot of schools have those necessarily. Or consider a student as a wheelchair user. They're not on an IEP. They have a 504. They attend a new school under open enrollment. For this sake, they don't require transportation, so the family transports to and from school. But what happens when this class has a field trip or another school activity? The receiving school will have to provide accessible transportation for that event under 504. If the school provides transportation to an activity, it must be accessible for all students. This means the receiving district absorbs all that cost, and there's no reimbursement mechanism under this bill. And this is consistently how 504 works. However, it does create a financial incentive for receiving districts to accept students with 504 plans, particularly those with costly needs. And the bill's vague language and the denial criteria provide the mechanism where there could potentially be significant disincentive to actually enroll students with disabilities. In my testimony, I submitted a copy of the Nebraska open enrollment applications right in the back. On the first page, you will see this question. Does the student require special education services? Followed by the next question. If yes, does the student have an individual IEP? This is because supportive education is complicated. It requires trained staff, specialized equipment, and coordinated planning. In every state that has implemented open enrollment, that complexity has become a reason to turn students with disabilities away. Special education is a giant conversation, and it does need to be part of the open enrollment conversation, or there will be students that will be left behind and discriminated against. So thank you for your time, and I'm open to any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative Selig?
Thank you so much. Thinking about the timeline when kids sometimes end up getting, the teachers ultimately make referrals and there's a diagnosis of a learning disability of some kind. So it doesn't necessarily happen prior to a student enrolling in school in the first place, right? Yeah. So if a student begins as an open enrollment student, let's say in kindergarten in District A, and by year 3 of them being an open enrollment student at that school, it becomes clear that there's a learning disability or challenge. Yeah. The way the bill is written now, who's going to do the diagnostic evaluation and figure out what the kiddo needs and where do those costs lie?
Thank you for that question. It's my understanding it will be the sending district will have to be responsible. So the sending district will have to pay for the evaluation and pay for the services. They're still part of that district as the way these are written.
I actually have a question myself.
Sure.
So I did do some research onto this issue because, of course, it is something that we need to take into consideration. And I did find one state that has a statement in their statute that schools must review a student's IEP only after the student has been offered an open enrollment seat through the lottery process. That's obviously different than what we are talking about here. If the requested school determines that its special education program is at capacity, or that the transfer constitutes a significant change in placement, the school will inform the family and convene an IEP team to ensure the new placement is appropriate. Something along those lines, would that be helpful in consideration of this bill?
Can you, thank you for the question.
I know it's a lot to digest all at once.
What can I ask you what state it's from? Colorado. I will have to put that on my list of to look at. I think overall it is a very complicated system. And, you know, I talked to some people earlier this week from Nebraska, and, you know, they've been working on open enrollment for 30 years, and they have not been able to solve the special education problem with this. And just, even with the specific language in the bill about not discriminating against people with disabilities or students with disabilities, there's still a significant portion of students that are left out of this conversation because of their disability. So I think it needs to be put out there that students that might want to change districts because of either, you know, location or a different service or a different program, you know, students with disabilities might not be allowed to do that, or there's going to be a mechanism in place that they will be know that other students might not have.
Thank you. Representative Woodcock?
Sure. Doctor, good afternoon. It is almost afternoon. We're getting there. Yeah. I just want to be clear on something you talked about. I want the cost ratio here. If a youngster with a special needs disability, and we're talking about the hearing system or a reading system, so the receiving school would have to provide that because they don't have, assuming in your scenario, they don't have one there. And so the receiving school is not going to get reimbursed from the sending school. That's a cost for receiving school unanticipated till they get there. I have no idea what those things cost, but I'm sure they more than $1.50. And then under the bill, Senator Lang said if the second year of this open enrollment program, a seat does not exist, then you have to go back to where you came from. So now that's what he said. That's what you have to go back. So he goes back because there's no seat there anymore, or the girl, young student, goes back where they came from. Does the receiving school, the sending school is going back to, do they have to pay for that equipment that's not going to be used anymore?
Thank you for that question. That's actually a good point. And just to clarify too, you know, 504 and IEPs are different, right? The IEPs will travel with the student, but a 504 stays with the receiving school. In this situation, if a student with a 504 needs an FM system at that school and the next year there's no opening, I would assume that they would keep that system just as if a student graduates from the program. And an FM system, you know, requires, you know, sometimes like a necklace and multiple classrooms. Like these are thousands of dollars of systems in place. But my impression would be it would stay with.
No additional cost. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. You would agree that the disclosure of somebody's disability versus a request for accommodation are two totally different things. So what would happen if a student's IEP is not fully implemented through accommodation, and if the implementation of those services under the IEP aren't fully realized in that new district? What happens?
Thank you for the question. That would be a situation where the family could set up a meeting or potentially file due process. And my understanding would be on the sending district, not on the receiving district, because the IEP follows the student. So it's up to the sending district to make sure that IEP is implemented. And there's a lot of reasons why it might not be. It could be a service that's not being provided. It could be, you know, just the goals might not be reached in the way that they set out to be. But it could be very complicated because the parent could be frustrated at the receiving school, but they don't have that legal background, is my understanding of it. That, you know, it comes back to the sending school, and it's going to really put school districts kind of, I don't want to say against each other, but potential conflict. If the sending district disagrees with the potential what the receiving district is able to provide. And like I said, like right now, the way it reads, just with those 4 criteria, this doesn't seem like a very ample application process. So there's nothing in there that discloses your disability, or if you have a 504 or an IEP. So you get an application for a second grade student. It's just, you know, Billy comes to your school, and then you get all the information afterwards, and then you look at all the needs that it might have.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Representative Damon? After Representative Damon, we will be recessing for 30 minutes for lunch.
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee. I was going to be brief anyway, and now that I know I'm immediately between you and lunch, I'm going to be really brief. So last fall, I submitted House Bill 1280, which would create a study commission on open enrollment. I would very much encourage this committee to revisit that language. It's quite apparent from the extensive testimony that we have all been hearing, as well as from the substantial public comment in opposition to the current approach to open enrollment, that there is a great deal to be studied. And any time that we in government are going to consider something this complex, we need to do it right. We need a thorough fiscal note, which we do not have. We need to look at all the variables, not only for the significant concerns for special education students, which have been presented thoroughly, I believe, but also for the impact on children who are not special education students, whose families do not have the wherewithal to help them participate in open enrollment. The remark last week, where there's a will, there's a way, profoundly disrespected hardworking families who simply do not have the way to get their child transportation to an open enrollment school. It makes it an exclusionary choice program, not a for-all choice program. I could go on, and I am deliberately not going to do that. I would just very strongly encourage the committee to amend this bill and have it be a study commission with all the stakeholders represented to do this thoroughly and well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, we will recess until 12:30 for lunch. Yeah.
Peter Rondo. Representative Bricky is on deck, and Doris Ho-Hensey after that. There he is.
All right. Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the committee for your commitment to working out. Yep. Okay. Thank you for your commitment to working out these complex problems. I realize that there's many varying issues on especially education and all of these things. So I thank you for your commitment to working out these and hearing the various sides. Yes.
Self and where you're from.
Sure. My name is Peter Rondo. I am in Brookline, New Hampshire. And I'm going to read this so I can stay on track and don't veer off. I wrote, I'm a resident of Brookline per RSA 654-1. We own a home in Brookline and we pay property taxes on this home, which fund public education. To me, this bill would help remove towns with a discriminatory bias and an attitude from using their power to enforce this bias in conflict with state and federal laws. When I asked the SAU 41 superintendent about our community attending school, she responded, "It is not allowed per the agreement, and we would stop it prior to enrollment. We then verify annually that no students from our community are attending." Now, just to clarify, this is one community in our whole town of 5,000 people that's prohibited from attending the public school that we fund. And I'm going to continue on. So Brookline public officials have said that our community, that they want to eliminate it because it is low-cost housing, and so it doesn't become a revenue heavy impact if our community claimed welfare or our children attended school. Town officials knew that excluding our community from schools and services may not be legally enforceable, but they chose to continue the policy anyhow rather than risk a court ruling, citing fear that our community could have all the normal and usual services, thereby imposing a significant greater financial burden on the town. Under the McKinney-Vento Act, as many of you are probably aware, and as implemented in RSA 193:12, public education is even available to homeless people. So as it stands in Brookline, we have less rights than homeless individuals while paying property taxes. As I see the path to justice under the bias of our town officials coordinated with the SAU 41 office, we are offered fewer rights than homeless, all while funding the very institutions we're prohibited from using. Under this bias, the town of Brookline has created a second class of homeowners. Some have even told us that they told our community that we would be denied ambulance service. Now, obviously, there's a very serious issue going on in our town, but my point in bringing this up is our path to justice has involved a litigation and a HUD investigation. Right, I've been working on this for 3 years, and it's taken a significant amount of my time and energy to do this. What about the families that are facing situations, maybe not as extreme, but where some local elected official is thinking about their personal profit motive versus the care of individuals in their community, right, their property values? I see this bill as a pathway to eliminating that and giving us options not based on just a zip code, right, where we can send our kids to school, but creating some type of competition in the system, which hopefully will bring some accountability to it, in my perspective. So that's what I wanted to bring as a testimony.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative Freeman?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Rondo, for bringing this to us today. I want to understand this situation. You're currently a resident of Brookline, correct?
Per the RSA.
Per the RSA, you're a resident of Brookline. You have children that you would like to attend the Brookline School District, correct?
Yes, we've asked if we could enroll them, and it was very clear that we would be blocked from enrollment.
And what was the reason why they would block you from enrollment?
Because these public officials on record of the bias have created a private agreement where we are not allowed to have any municipal services for accessing our privately owned home.
Madam Chair, may I have a follow-up to that? And I'm sorry, I'm asking a question. Thank you.
We are in
And they didn't
litigation
give
over
you,
this.
I understand, and they didn't give you any reason why other than what you stated?
Correct. I've been asking for 3 years, and publicly, the select board chair said at a meeting that they can't legally stop us, but we'd essentially lose our housing if we did.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Representative Bricky?
Thank you for hearing from me today. I'm Representative Tracy Bricky. I represent Merrimack County District 15, Pennacook. I'm also chair of the Merrimack Valley School Board, which serves Pennacook, Boscawen, Salisbury, Webster, and Loudoun. And I spent 35 years as a public school educator. I'm not opposed to school choice, and New Hampshire already has many successful pathways for our students to find the right fit, from existing district tuition agreements to charter schools and career technical programs. However, this latest proposed amendment to SB 101 leaves us with far more questions than answers. If we're going to restructure public education, let's do it right rather than throwing together an incomplete system. This bill and amendment, as proposed, creates instability where our school needs consistency the most. Open enrollment allows districts to lose students and their funding on short notice, but the costs don't disappear when students leave. Buildings still need heat, teachers still have contracts, buses still run. These are fixed costs and they don't shrink just because enrollment does. And in the middle of this disruption, something critical gets lost: the actual work of educating children. Make no mistake, this is fundamentally an unfunded mandate. When administrators are forced to focus on budget uncertainty, constant restructuring, and unpredictable enrollment swings, their attention is pulled away from what really matters: curriculum, teacher support, and student success. You cannot improve outcomes when you're overwhelmed just trying to keep the system afloat. Every hour spent managing chaos is an hour not spent improving instruction. And the students who rely most on stable public schools, those without the means to navigate alternatives, pay the highest price. The proposed amendment introduces limits, but also creates new uncertainty and confusion. There is still no clear plan for special education services. Transportation is not provided, which means choice will only exist for families who can afford it. And fundamentally, nothing about this proposal fixes the real issue: underfunded schools. In fact, it risks making the problem worse. Many students will not take advantage of open enrollment because they are well served in their local district. They value attending their local neighborhood school with their peers, or because of transportation issues. When resources are spread thinner, the students who stay behind have fewer supports. If there are funds available in the Education Trust Fund, we should be investing these dollars in strengthening under-resourced schools, not creating a system that pulls resources away from them. We all want every child to have access to high-quality education, regardless of where they live. But this proposal doesn't achieve that goal. It threatens to deepen inequities, not solve them. It is my hope that when you have to have a work session and exec this bill, that you will think about the number of constituents in each of your towns that want you to vote against this. There are over 2,000 citizens from 219 communities that have written in to oppose this bill, not including those individuals that have testified in person opposing this bill. I urge you to reject open enrollment and instead focus on fully funding and strengthening the public schools that serve all our students. And I thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Doris Hohensie. And then on deck will be Tom Keegan, Amy Tees, and Jennifer Belmont Earl.
Chairman Noble and members of committee, I'm Doris Hohensee. I'm from Nashua. I support allowing taxpayers to change districts. It respects rights of conscience, which are fundamental rights protected by our state constitution. However, open enrollment requires families to forfeit another fundamental right in order to exercise their rights of conscience. It forces parents to pay taxes in a district they're trying to leave and disenfranchises them in the district they want to join. They become outsiders without a voice where it matters, where their child attends school. Open enrollment creates privileges to attend another district while withholding the right to local self-governance. Students can only remain in the new district if capacity remains available. Otherwise, the student's forced back to their old district, disrupting relationships and studies developed over the years. If a family was allowed to join the district, the student's position would be secure, the family's rights would be upheld. So why not respect the Constitution, allow the families to switch districts? Families should be allowed to join and fund a new school community, vote for school board members, vote for school budgets, and even run for office in their new community. State funding isn't needed when families bring the education portion of their property taxes with them, as was our custom in New Hampshire. We have the right to elect our own teachers and contract with them for their support and maintenance. The Secretary of State removed that comma from Article 6. Bodies corporate are now once again school districts. Local self-governance over public education is still a fundamental constitutional right. Switching districts used to be common. We should not be compelled to support teachers of another persuasion than our own. That provision was struck, but our rights of conscience are still a fundamental right. Changing districts was recognized even after the separation of church and state in 1819. It wasn't religious differences that allowed people to switch. New Hampshire had nearly 3,000 districts in the late 1800s. Tolerance was abruptly ended in 1885 when the state decided to force every town and city to consolidate its school districts into a single district, undermining both local self-governance and rights of conscience. Open enrollment conditions parents towards centralized control. Parents are given the feeling that they're in control while the state disenfranchises them, undermining local self-governance. And that's not empowerment. We should allow families to switch without forfeiting rights. Parents should be able to build better districts, not select a district without being able to participate. Why create insiders and outsiders with two tiers of rights and privileges? Please support our rights. Fundamental rights matter. That's it.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative Balboni?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Thank you for your testimony. I'm just a little unclear where you stand on the bill at hand and the amendment. Do you support them or are you opposed?
Thank you for the question. I support the concept of switching districts, but not half-heartedly. If we're going to switch, let us switch. Why is our money going to the old district? We don't want to vote in the old district if we're moving to a new district. We want to have a voice there where our children are attending. We want to participate. That's where our focus should be.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So you just said something very interesting. I'm curious to understand whether or not you're challenging the concept of domicile. Is that what I'm hearing you saying?
We used to be able, thank you, we used to be able to switch districts without moving. We had 3,000 of these school districts in the late 1800s. If you had a disagreement, it puts the taxpayer in a better position. It goes to the school board and says, this is my problem. Now they want to listen because they don't want to lose the funding. I don't think nearly as many people will have to move because I think the school boards will be more receptive to the concerns of the taxpayers. So I'm not seeing this as it's going to shuffle the deck. It's going to give us leverage to get what we need out of our districts and not have to transport ourselves halfway across the state.
Follow up?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so my other question to this would be then, are you seeking voting privileges then in the district of choice where you would be enrolling a student? Is that what you were saying?
Yes, because you're switching districts. You're no longer belonging to your sending district, you belong to the receiving district. And maybe that changes the whole complexion of special ed. Maybe some of that special money that Senator Lang had could help incentivize that.
Thank you.
Representative Selig?
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. Just very quickly, I see in your signature line, it says New Hampshire Families for Education. Could you just identify what that group is? I'm not familiar with that name.
2010, a group of us got together and we formed a website, which is defunct, but we still have a Facebook page where we discuss a lot of education issues from, started with homeschooling and now it's across the gamut.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Tom Keegan? There you go.
Haven't been here before, so, yeah. Good morning or afternoon, and thank you for listening. I am Tom Keegan. I live in Bristol, New Hampshire, and I am not a lobbyist, lawyer, or paid consultant, but most importantly, I am a New Hampshire voter and taxpayer who is against HB 101, open enrollment, and its surprise cousin, an amendment introduced at last week's hearing by Senator Lang. Here are a few reasons I am against HB 101 and its amendment. The direct loss, number one, the direct loss of a town's tax dollars to support its own schools, even with the help from the Educational Trust Fund. Further dividing and increasing the educational struggles of a town or city with low property values versus towns or cities with high property values. Lang's amendment does not address the fundamental problems in statewide educational property tax favoring richer communities who hold significant financial backing for their schools. 3, the uncertainty of how many students a school district might gain or lose. 4, negating recently passed open enrollment warrant articles in towns or cities, which Bristol did. And when they did this, because of this bill, it's negated. Prospect Mountain 5, Prospect Mountain made it clear that working with the Department of Education, you're under already existing open enrollment policies work. So why reinvent the wheel? And at this, I had our newfound area school district superintendent, Paul Horace, sent a letter to Governor Ayotte in February of 2026 and explaining again, why reinvent the wheel. He states, in the Lakes region, we are aware of the benefits of expanding opportunities for students. We have an agreement in place where students can access classes at neighboring schools at no charge. We have formed a consortium around possibly shared special education costs. We work with another when it is the best interest of a student to move from one school to another without financially destabilizing an individual district. It is with the same thoughtfulness and priority that I urge you in the legislature to consider as open enrollment is studied and hopefully recrafted moving forward so as not to financially penalize any one district or pit districts against one another. I'd like to emphasize that again. Moving forward, these bills do not address the financial penalties pitting one school district against another. That's not the way we do it. The fixed cost of running school facilities would remain the same with fewer students or increased students. The other thing that caught my eye last week was talking about recruiting students, athletes. Recruiting of student athletes is detrimental and a game changer for receiving and sending school districts. I also like to touch upon the point of, in the past, we have heard so much about local control. I see and hear about the chipping away of local control via statewide mandates such as this bill. And these are only the tip of the iceberg that's been put out under. I hope this bill is defeated for many of the reasons that have been listed and I listed. But it's all about local control that has been so touted in the past. I hope you do not dismiss my testimony against HB 101 and its amendment, with so many people voicing by online and by phone comments against these bills, and very few people in favor of them. Remember, just like me, if they've taken the time to be here for 2 different hearings, they're going to be voting in the upcoming elections. And can I ask a question?
Generally, our questions are a one-way street from us to you.
Can I make a comment?
You can make a comment.
Okay. I was one of the people to sign up to speak last week, along with others that came early last week and then had to come back today. I understand giving legislatures priority to speak, but many of us had to rearrange schedules, miss work, upset family plans, and so much more. I wish in the future you prioritize people who live and vote in New Hampshire to give them a chance to speak after legislatures. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none? Thank you, Tom.
Yeah.
Amy Tees.
Hello, I'm Amy Wheeler Tees. I'm a mom from Nashua. I have some prepared remarks, but I also had printer issues, so I don't have a paper copy to pass out to you. I've also taken some notes and some stuff I've heard today. Mother of 3 students in Nashua, 2 of them have IEPs, 1 does not. My expectation as a voter and as a taxpayer is that when open enrollment becomes available, all 3 of my kids are going to be treated exactly the same. The idea that the 2 that are on IEPs would not have the same opportunities as the one who doesn't is not okay with me. It's also not okay with a lot of parents in my shoes. The 2 that have IEPs were born with a rare genetic disorder that caused Soto syndrome. Most syndromes are an alphabet soup of a variety of disabilities. It includes for them also having a diagnosis of autism level 2. In the state of New Hampshire, we have over 1% of people who have autism. And at any time, when any member of the larger house thinks that they ought to weigh in on autism, it would be best that it was referred to people with lived autism experience. I heard some comments earlier from Mr. Moffat that were stereotypical, inaccurate, and quite shocking. I'd like to see that avoided. We're available to our elected officials to be called upon if you want to know information about the various conditions we have. In order for my kids with the IEPs to access their free appropriate public education, they get certain services. One of those services is because their SOTOS causes cortical visual impairment. That is the most common form of blindness. They receive services from a teacher for the visually impaired and from an orientation and mobility specialist. I have questions about how that might work when my family exercises our right to choose a district that's appropriate for our children in all areas. To think that an IEP student is defined 100% by just their disability would be incorrect. There are many considerations parents like me have about deciding where we're going to send all of our children, including the children who have disabilities. I'm not going to list all the questions that you've already heard from the special education area. I have all the same ones about meetings and accountability, extended school year services. There's a lot there that is still unclear. I want you to know that when it comes to things like their CVI, oh, and by the way, for what it's worth, special education is the same as supportive education. So in the event you hear families like mine refer to supportive education, that's exactly what we're talking about. My children have learned how to read, spell, and write because they get very specific materials, such as black backgrounds with white text that is enlarged, light boards, bubbling of letters in red and yellow. If they had not received those types of materials, they would have been illiterate, and they would have gone the rest of their life that way, to the detriment of all of society, including us. So they are capable of reading, writing, spelling, as long as they have the right tools in place. I'm concerned about understanding more if it's the oversight would stay in Nashua if I exercised a different choice, how they're really ensuring that those materials are being used properly. If the district I chose, which happens to be much smaller, does not already employ a TVI and an O&M specialist, how's that being addressed? Earlier, someone asked about, well, what happens when your IEPs are out of compliance? There are plenty of us in the state who can answer those questions for you. My children's IEPs have been out of compliance year after year. And I'm of exceptional privilege because I pay an attorney, and I've paid over $10,000 now to fight the legal system and the district attorney over out of compliance IEPs. They remain out of compliance. And it's not lost on me that no one should be in the position of having to pay that kind of money that I've paid to fight something that is a legal right. I want to end with acknowledging that, well, maybe this isn't the full end, but I heard something earlier today about since there's a lack of budget or cost associated with what this is going to cost to do, could we not look at the other states that are already doing this and just assume their numbers? And if we do exercise that logic, we need to do that across the board. We don't get to pick and choose the things that fit comfortably for us. So that means those statistics that Lewis provided us earlier about the amounts of denials that are disproportionate for the kids that have disabilities, that needs to be used as well if we're going to decide that we're going to use the funding as an example. That was one of my big questions when I read this is, if you apply for a district and there's only so many allotments, how are they deciding who they take and who they don't? And are they making the decision based on someone's disabilities? And if they do, how is that not discrimination? And if it is allowed, then how is it legally considered under the Individuals with Education Act, Individuals with Disabilities Education Act? So those are things that I think that we need to think about as well. I also heard reference to an F&M system. I'd like to expand on that to say an F&M system, if you're not familiar with it, helps people with an audio processing disorder, which also comes with Soto syndrome. My son uses it, and it takes a skilled audiologist on staff to tweak it and make adjustments and look into it. So just like I have questions about the TBI and the O&M, I have same questions about that. I know Louis touched on the fact that it can cost thousands of dollars, but it's much more than just dollars and cents. It's people who have the right skill to be using that equipment. There is a saying that there is no legislation for us without us. I'm not hearing a lot of evidence based on commentary that people that represent the disabled community were part of the decision making at the table when this open enrollment was discussed. I'm a little alarmed to hear that some of the statewide agencies that oversee special education are saying that they were not involved. 20% of New Hampshire students have IEPs. We are not an afterthought. We are 1/5 of the student body. And it's a good reminder that the children with disabilities are whole children. This is not a 0.23 child versus the full child who doesn't have the disability. It sounds to me that there's a lot more that needs to be considered here before the state moves in this direction. And lastly, I want to touch on community building. For what it's worth, I hear a lot of talk, especially after COVID, that there needs to be this, embracing and lifting up of community. That is good for mental health. It's good for everyone's success. And I don't see how community is being enhanced when you're going to take actual neighborhood schools, which are the people who live together, and you're going to farm them out all over the state in different areas. So not that that's probably a priority to any of you. I think that's worth just noting for the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. Thank you for coming. I'd like to go back to, for my own edification, go back to the FM apparatus.
Mm-hmm.
And you talked about that you need audiologists, and my curiosity, and I don't know as I'm asking, is that just for the initial setup, or is that like an ongoing staff person throughout the year?
He doesn't need it every day. He doesn't need it every day to put it on. She does train those people. But an example is a piece became dislodged and it was stuck in his ear, and the school nurse couldn't remove it. Became a big deal. And we are lucky that Nashville being as large of a district, that person is right on site. She was at another school, but she was able to come. But if they weren't able to get a hold of her, which would be likely in a lot of the smaller communities, I was told, because I asked this question when the nurse called, that they would send him home with a piece lodged in his ear. And if I was up to taking him into an emergency department, I could do that.
Okay.
So
thank you. I didn't understand how that worked. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mm-hmm. Representative Selig?
Thank you. And thank you for taking my question. My understanding, Thank you for taking my question. My understanding is that many children with Soto syndrome also have a form of giantism.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that one of the children in our community had this and needed like specialized chairs and desks
Mm-hmm.
starting in first grade because they couldn't fit.
Yes.
With this open enrollment, the way it's written, can you figure out who would pay for that specialized equipment?
I can't figure out what any of this is. I don't know what their blind equipment is going to be. I don't know about that physical equipment. You know, in addition to what I've already described, right? They both get speech therapy. They both get physical therapy. They both get occupational therapy. We've needed compensatory services already. I don't have a clear understanding of what's going to happen when they're in need of compensatory services again. it's an assumption that that will happen. I did mention real brief, like the ESY, that is essential for them because they have significant regression if they do not participate in ESY. I don't. And I'm going to nip this right in the bud that any talk at all, which was intimated by Representative Moffitt earlier, there's no parent in my shoes in this state who is going to support this government deciding that children with disabilities ought to be in a segregated school. So make note of it now, have it be on record. We are not in support of that at all.
Thank you. Jennifer Belmont? On deck will be Esther Kennery, Gianna Gelsey, and Karen Sabasco.
Can you hear me? All right, great. So before I begin, I just want to note that today is Paraprofessional Appreciation Day. And they are criminally underpaid and undervalued. And I'm going to talk a little bit about that in my testimony. Thank you, Madam Chair Noble and House Education and Policy Committee. My name is Jennifer Belmont Earl. I live in Barrington with my husband and our 2 school-aged sons, who are both autistic and both have IEPs. I am opposed to SB 101FN because it leaves too many questions unanswered for children who need an individualized education program, an IEP, to access a free, appropriate public education, FAPE. I would like to share some things that are essential parts of my youngest son IEP that this bill doesn't address. My youngest is nonverbal. He needs an augmented alternative communication device to communicate, which costs $5,000, and it is worth it. Which school district, the sending or receiving, would pay for this? He requires a speech therapist, an occupational therapist, and a physical therapist. In our school district, Barrington, excellent school district for anybody that has a child with an IEP. They're on staff. But what if a receiving school district hires contractors for these positions? Who pays? And who accounts for the salary differences across district? Because I know Barrington pays its teachers and professionals a little bit less than some other districts. And they've been working on raising it, but that is a concern. My son needs frequent breaks to walk the hallways in order to self-regulate. His one-on-one paraprofessional walks with him. She helps him hold a pencil. She helps him use a fork to learn to feed himself. She helps him use his AAC device to communicate. Like at the beginning of the school day, he has a little icon, and all the kids, he sits in a circle, and they all say, "Hi, and my name is this." And so he has a button with his picture, and he's signing hello, and it says, "Hi, I'm Zeke. Nice to see you." Yeah, so she helps him with that. She also helps him make friends. And what Amy was saying earlier about his friends are in Barrington, and they invite him to his birthday party. My older son was in a dance. Our school district has like a dance competition, and that is a town and school district thing. So it's integrated. And when the kindergarten class saw my son Zizu out in the hallway because he needed to decompress, their teacher was telling them, "Oh no, we have to go to this classroom." And the little girl in the front of the line stood up and she says, "No, we have to say hi to Zeke." Like, this is, they, want to know my son and they want to know him locally, and I wouldn't want to have to drive 2 hours to go to a birthday party. And those of you with kids know there's 10 million birthday parties to go to in kindergarten. So, what school district decides if my son needs one-on-one support? New Hampshire also has a shortage of paras. None of them are paid commensurate with the essential work they do. Has anyone considered that if many children who need a para-educator or a one-on-one to access FAPE leave one district and go somewhere far away, para-educators might need to move, take a pay cut in a new district, or spend more money on their commute when gas prices have risen over $1 this last month? How will they be able to negotiate their contracts if a school district cannot predict the number of children who need the support of a paraeducator? What district writes the IEP? Do people in the home district, sending district, not working with my child write that plan? Who pays for and conducts the reassessment every 3 years? We're going through that now. It is not an easy process. And I want people that work with my children already and know them to be involved. But if the receiving district does conduct the testing and reevaluation, does the sending district have to pay for it? Do they tell the sending district how much money they need to pay for a student to access FAPE? Might the sending district refuse to pay for support that they don't think is necessary because they don't know my kid anymore? These are just some questions that have not been addressed in the amended bill. The lack of care given to children who need IEPs to access FAPE and the educators who support them tells me everything I need to know about who would benefit from SB 101. I think you should consider this before you vote if it ought to pass. And thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
Yep.
Representative Freeman?
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question and coming in front of us. I share almost a similar story. I also have an adult son now who's on the spectrum, and I understand what you feel the challenges may be. I wanted to ask you, however, do you know that open enrollment is voluntary? Because it appears to me that you're very happy with your school district and the services that your children are getting at this point. So you do know that open enrollment is voluntary?
I am aware open enrollment is voluntary, and I am aware from what I've read and people I talk to who might want their children to come to a good school district. Is that school district going to receive them?
I understood all of your concerns, and that seems to be a pattern with a lot of our speakers, are those very concerns. But I didn't hear anybody say that they wanted to pull their special education child out of a school district. So I just wanted to put that out there and make sure that people understood that open enrollment is voluntary. Nobody's going to force that upon any of the children in the state.
I would also respond. I believe that I'm a citizen of my town, and I believe that if I was unhappy with the services my children were getting, and again, I'm not, but if I was, it would be my responsibility to contact the superintendent. It would be my responsibility to do like what I'm doing now, to contact, we don't have a mayor, we have the selectmen, our selectmen and our elected officials, and we have school board meetings, and we have town meeting where they'd set the budget, and then we vote on it. So as a citizen, I would be advocating for something better before I would leave my town.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So as we know, public education is open to all students, regardless of how they come to us during the day in the community and as part of the community. So having an option like the amendment is proposing, where you would have to then provide transportation on your own should you elect to participate in an open enrollment program out of district. Does that provide an opportunity for all in that way? Do you feel like that is setting you up for that?
No. And one thing the disability community I keep hearing is that we do not have a great public transportation infrastructure for adults as well. Not everyone drives. And I would say, my children attend public school. I like to pick them up and drop them off. They live 10, 15 minutes from the school. They go to 2 different school districts. I spend over 2 hours picking up my children and dropping them off in a school district where I live 15 minutes away from the school. So I cannot imagine dropping them off to a bus stop for a town that I don't know where it would be. I don't know how I've had discussions about like the school bus. Do they want to come and get my kid? How is that going to work for a child with a disability? And I already spend so much time carting them around. I don't think that anybody really has the time to drive their kids out of district.
Follow up? So you made an interesting point here with regard to public transportation infrastructure, and I think that it extends beyond just the public bus contract that might be there in a public school system. So if you didn't have your driver's license and you also didn't have an opportunity to access public transportation, what other means would you use to provide a child or access to that open enrollment program? Would that be like a for-hire transportation company that you like an Uber or a Lyft type of situation, or would that be another type of transportation if a person didn't have that ability?
That sounds very expensive. I don't know. I live in Barrington. We do not have public transportation in Barrington. And I have a car. I will say it's sometimes unreliable and it's very frustrating if I have to have it in the shop and I don't realize I have to have it in the shop when my kids need to be in school. And asking other people for rides, like my parents or my mother-in-law, or having my husband rearrange his work schedule. He commutes to Portsmouth. Yeah.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Esther?
I saw that. Good afternoon. Thank you for hosting this. Esther Kennedy, and I have spent my last 27 years as the Director of Student Service for Guilford School, a very conservative community, home of the Granite Rock. I have also had an opportunity to live in Portsmouth and sit on City Council for 10 years. Hence the reason I'm an independent. This can't be a partisan bill, folks. I've sat here for 7.5 hours, like most of you. And again, I thank, and many people still in the audience. And yet, we've only talked about special ed and 504s, which as a Director of Student Service, I handle. And I guess I'm the longest survivor in the system, and I've been doing it for a long time. Every time something like this comes up, No Child Left Behind in 2004, the House and the Senate invited people in the field in and had a meeting and had a conversation. The autism bill came up. Senator Stiles brought it forward, and we were invited to the Senate to have a conversation to give our input. Most recently, last summer, I believe, Medicaid came up. I was invited, along with other directors from the field, to talk about Medicaid. Today, we spent 7.5 hours on this, and no one, not one soul here, has talked about Title I. What happens to those kids? I'm a targeted assistant school. My kid, where does my money go? When a student leaves my school district and goes to another school, or if I have a student come into my school district, what happens there financially? What happens there for the supports? Not a soul has talked about Title I, and that's a huge population out there. In a targeted assistant school, we have it from K to 3rd. It's 20% of our students from K to 3rd in Guilford. Not a soul has talked about ESOL. What are their rights? A lot of schools don't have ESOL teachers because they're hard to come by. I'm fortunate to have one. But I think a parent living in Manchester in chaos who might want to look at another school should have that right. It's going to be very hard for that parent to transport. A lot of our parents in the ESOL world, we have a few in our district, they don't have great transportation or they don't have the capability to transport. Where are their rights? Again, we've talked about special ed. I'm gonna bypass one. But no one's really talked about free and reduced children. Who gives them access to this program? We know that a lot of those parents have cars that are broken down. I know I go and deliver stuff because they can't come to school. I go to their house to get their IEPs signed because they can't drive to an IEP meeting, even though they were on the Zoom, so they were part of it. What happens to those children? And none one has talked about homeless. What about those students? Where are those parents' rights when they can't get their children to the district they want? Or a district that they feel will benefit their child? No one has talked about that. No one has talked about how we're going to do that. How are we going to let these people know about these programs? I know as a homeless coordinator in my district, I spend a lot of time educating parents about what their rights are, what their capabilities are, what I can do to help them. How do I explain this bill to them? Oh, by the way, you're going to have to provide transportation. And oh, by the way, you might not get the same services in the new district, and we're not sure who's going to pay for them. Oh, and I'm not sure about the free and reduced. Because our free and reduced numbers are here. This is the money we get from the federal government for food. I'm not sure how it's going to work. Do I have to pay the other district for the free and reduced food if that parent would like to go there because they might have a capability of driving there? I don't know, but they still have the right for the option. Foster care. Now, a lot of the things we're talking about here, to be totally honest, we're doing in foster care, kids. If a child is taken from a home by DCYF, that district remains the sending district. They remain the people that take care of the IEP. I can tell you, a child coming from Manchester, ending up in a foster home in Guilford, where we have very different expectations for services, will get more services potentially. And Manchester complains all the time to me because we have very different programs, we have very different capabilities. I'm not denying the fact that Guilford well funds their programs. And currently we even have kids coming in from other districts that are parents are paying the full tuition. So that is happening. But where do the foster care children sit? How does that work if they're taken from a home and the family has put them in this other school? And then the other school, they get taken and then all of a sudden they're in Guilford in a foster home. Who do I answer to? Who's responsible? No one is talking about these folks. And I'm not against this. I think in some cases there could be an opportunity for schools to get better because it will become who has the most money to fund the best program. It'll become very competitive in some schools. My guess is in the district of Portsmouth, in the district of Guilford, in the district of Bow, some of the more well-funded districts, we will not have a problem getting students. If anything, we're going to be turning students away. But that doesn't leave the fact that some of these students on this list won't have a choice. And it's up to you folks to make a decision. I personally would set up a study committee and have a bunch of experts from across the world of New Hampshire come and talk to you and explain the hardships. I didn't even put the Medicaid hardship on, and that's a nightmare in my world. I didn't even put in the special ed aid hardship on here. And we're dependent on those funds for districts. And I just want to leave with the 504. Some people have been poo-pooing the 504. I've seen it in your faces, I've seen it. I can tell you some of those 504 kids have cost me more than my special ed kids. If I have a fragile diabetic, I have a nurse to watch the monitor because I have to. That nurse is costing me $130,000 with benefits, agency fees, whatever, because they're hard to get. Who's going to pay for that? Those 504s are just as expensive as special ed kids. And none of this has been talked about. So, it sounds really rational to allow parents' rights. I am totally for parents' rights. I'm fortunate I've never had a complaint at the Department of Ed because I had been for parents' rights as a director. So I totally get it. But these questions have to be answered before we have any bill, or it's going to be bedlam out there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Representative Dry?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you for taking my question.
Thank you.
So you brought up some really interesting questions here. Can you tell me how you handle homeless families at this point? I mean, how do you decide a sending or district?
The family gets to choose currently. So if a child is homeless in my district, in other words, they've moved in with relatives because of financial means, or they've moved to a campground, and they're from like Meredith or Laconia, then we talk about it, and the parent gets to decide whether they want to stay in their home district or come to Guilford. And then the two districts work together and pay 50% of the transportation. So if a parent wants to go to Guilford because they're living there, then Laconia has moved on, they're no longer responsible for that child. But if a parent says, no, I really want them to go back to Laconia for schooling, then we split the cost of that 50-50, and that's in the law.
Paula?
Thank you. Is that 50-50 something that you have set individually as those two schools, or is there some basis for that?
No, it's in the law that 50-50, it has to be 50-50 split for transportation in the McKinney-Vento Act.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Representative Woodcock?
Just thank you for bringing this up. It has fallen under the table. Thank you.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for taking my question. Also, it had occurred to me, how do you think the Child Find program would work in a circumstance like this? I mean, we're talking about all of these things, right? Where Child Find is supposed to kind of step in and identify these kiddos in an early age. How do you...
I think it's going to be very difficult. I think it's going to be a lot of information to the families. I guess the question would be, and again, that you bring up a great point. When a child turns 5, is that the point of decision making by the family? So if that is happening, then how do we know, first of all, we're going to enter our district, and how do we know what the other district will need? And if they're a preschool student in special needs, how does that work? So I agree. Child Find, it's going to be an education for pediatricians. It's going to be an education for local libraries about this. It's going to be an education for all our early developmental centers across the state about this, so that they have an understanding of who they're going to work with when that child turns 5 or 6, depending on, we know kindergarten is mandatory at 6.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your time.
Gianna Gelsey?
Right,
Thank you. My name is John Jelsey. I'm of Madbury, New Hampshire. I am speaking today as a parent and as a member of the Oyster River Cooperative School District School Board. I have 2 children, both, that is pertinent to this discussion, have 504s for ADHD. I strongly oppose SB 101 or whatever changing version of open enrollment HB 71 that keeps being slapped onto whatever legislation is convenient. The flaws and gaping chasms of clarity of the legislation are almost innumerable and have been stated repeatedly by other individuals and groups, from teachers unions, school administrators, special education heads, athletic directors, and school board associations and members. I have a document here of unanswered questions provided by school board member and administrators across the state. I have 2 versions of it. One was just addressing the original bill, and the other one has more questions that were generated from Senator Lang's amendment. I apologize, I don't quite have enough copies for everybody, so I have to share the second one. So I'm just going to pass this around. So some of those questions have been addressed and some of them have not. So I hope that you have a chance to look at those questions because you can see that it's multiple pages. To begin with, this March, Oyster River voters passed an article addressing open enrollment where the district will not appropriate any money for the purpose of funding tuition for students attending schools or programs outside of ORCSD. This passed the community by over 3-to-1 for a ratio. The amendment would render this moot, but the sentiment remains. The people of my district do not support open enrollment. 104 districts voted on open enrollment around the state. 93 of those restricted outgoing enrollment to 0. I can personally attest as a member of my district's finance committee to the chaos that open enrollment will inevitably create in already fraught budget seasons. Senator Lang's amendment does not address these issues. Oyster River Special Education Director tells me our district is functionally at a caseload maximum to deliver a program that allows our students to make progress. Our staff is already stretched thin. Oyster River has a reputation for special education excellence, and we are regularly contacted to take students. We cannot absorb more within the program due to capacity, both in physical state and staffing, but also due to differential expense that is not addressed in this bill. It simply costs more to provide special education in Oyster River to meet the standards that require, the very standards that attract people to our district. The funding is not adequate as described both in the bill and Senator Lang's amendment nor state law even now. In addition, the laws and regulations that govern public and charter schools are not identical, and they do not transfer in the way that Senator Lang assumes. Trying to ride a bicycle that you're currently building doesn't work. This is an addendum that I just added right now from the previous speaker, talking about the things that haven't yet been addressed. And one thing I'd like to point out is that over 100 districts currently have 0 ELL, English language learners, according to the DOE adequacy chart. And then therefore they have 0 ELL programs. So what happens if an ELL student transfers? I looked it up, there's $832 in differentiated aid for ELL. That obviously will not pay for an ELL teacher and a curriculum in a district if that student moved in. So that's something that's not being addressed that popped in a moment ago. In addition, for our district, our athletic director voices concern that open enrollment could actually spell the end of some sports in D3 and D4, that smaller schools would suffer dramatically, that competitive equity and parity in high school sports could essentially die. The NHIA is explicit in its philosophy of not allowing students to transfer for athletic purposes. The reasoning is sound, and open enrollment undermines it. Oyster River could conceivably gain students from open enrollment, but it would be at a cost to our sister districts. We have a good and mutually beneficial relationship with our sister schools, particularly Somersworth, Rochester, and Dover, where we share CTE programs. Open enrollment makes CTE enrollment incredibly complicated when determining access and capacity is already challenging. Space is limited in CTE programs by definition. Under open enrollment, how does the district determine who has access first? The schools where they have an agreement or the OU students? Some TE students' programs are multiple years. How is that particular issue addressed with possible increased enrollment? Students could leave Somersworth and Rochester to attend Oyster River, but still take CTE classes that was hosted by the original sending district. So that's money that goes out of the district that funds CTE, yet now they're accessing it anyway. Oyster River sends money to the district who hosts the CTE program. How does that end up equalizing out for the actual cost of the program? And on top of that, which district is responsible for transportation costs regarding CTE? Equity is a theme that has been repeatedly heard during the testimony over the last couple of days. The bill amendment creates choice for some students while reducing opportunity for others. Funding will absolutely be reduced in some districts. Programs will be lost. Oyster River subscribes to the principle of do no harm. We would not want to harm districts and students from other districts. The bill and the amendment do not address the true cost and loss of funding in districts, nor who actually bears the cost. We want everyone to have opportunities where they are. Harming districts and communities for students they have less is anathema to us. I'd also like to add, based upon others' testimony, that pathways already exist for students who need different school placements. This is covered explicitly under the school board policy JCA, which covers interdistrict transfers, agreements between school districts, manifest hardship, and best interest placements. I could go on in this vein, but I want to emphasize something else, and so please be aware of me. Open enrollment fundamentally attacks something else that is precious. Public schools are a public good. My school board colleague Renee Beauregard-Bennett calls this the schoolhouse promise. Schools are one of the last common places that we have. They belong to all of us at once. Public schools are the heart of a community. People gather for athletic events, music performances, plays and musicals, robotics competitions, and other academic activities. They are meeting places and voting locations. Open enrollment erodes community. Truly local schooling also drives local economics. Towns without local schools are often economically depressed, and neighborhoods with school closures can suffer in myriad ways. The New Hampshire Constitution recognizes this. Part 2, Article 3 says that it is the duty of legislators and magistrates to cherish public schools. Cherish, in the language of the era, meant to support, to shelter, to nurse up. This is the language of stewardship. It suggests an obligation, a public responsibility, a necessity to support all students. Public schools are viewed as part of the Commonwealth. As such, they are publicly sustained, locally held, and are under a moral obligation. Public schools are not simply a service that one selects. They are not a marketplace. They are not merely a delivery system. They are not meant to be, nor are a transactional relationship. They are not meant to be atomized. Public schools can and do include public options for magnet programs, early college, career and technical education, community-based learning, and specialized special education programs. However, those public options are not supported by this open enrollment bill. Rather than building and funding all of these options inside our local public schools, open enrollment means encouraging students to leave a district, undermine the development and maintenance of existing programs. It is instead a dismantling of local voice, local accountability, transportation access, and equity protections. Students shouldn't have to leave their community to access a great education. We should bring that quality to them. What we actually need is to truly invest in public education. We need to fully fund every public school. The open enrollment solution doesn't address this problem. It actually adds to the burden. The proposed amendment shows a willingness to spend money out of the education trust fund for this to the tune of estimate of $55 million. Yet somehow that money, that vaunted surplus, is not being used to fund public education now. I do not support this bill. I think the bill is irreparably flawed because it's based on funding systems that literally do not exist in New Hampshire, and is based on ideologies that are not supported by the people nor the very Constitution of the state of New Hampshire. Thank you for your time.
Any questions? Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I did have a question, and this is with respect to Title I, because Title I, in order to qualify for Title I, poverty rates and various other metrics also have to be considered in a circumstance to understand whether or not a student is even eligible to, or a district, to receive Title I funding. In that case, could a reverse Robin Hood of sorts be set up where the very districts that need the crucial funding for Title I programs and services would have that money sent out of district elsewhere?
Yes. One of the things with Oyster River is that the amount of Title I funding we receive is actually quite low. It's a well-off district, and that would actually create some complications. We were talking about funding depending on who's coming and who's leaving the district. It definitely could affect it, and it could also affect somebody's bottom line of whether or not they're actually qualifying for it at all because of the way the grants are funded and distributed.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Karen Sabasco? On deck will be Lori Lane, Nikki Murphy, and Lisa Bodwin. All set. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Noble and members of the committee. My name is Karen Sabasco. I am from Milford, New Hampshire, where I serve as chairperson of the Milford School Board. I speak today representing only myself. I emailed written testimony to this committee last week addressing our experiences in Milford with the open enrollment warrant article that we passed at our recent town and school election. But today I'd like to address the proposed amendment to SB 101, presented by Senator Lang. I have experience with charter schools in New Hampshire as a co-founder of a charter school which is located in Merrimack. I am no longer involved with that school, but I understand the RSA and funding mechanism that govern charter schools in our state. I believe that school choice is valuable, and the 11% of New Hampshire students that participate in school choice deserve an education that works for them. All students deserve success, and the 89% of New Hampshire students who attend our public schools deserve for their schools to be strong and robust with adequate funding to support public education. Let's talk about charter schools for a moment. We call them chartered public schools, but they are quasi-public. Charter schools are governed by RSA 194B, an entirely different law than the laws that govern our public district schools. Charter schools do not have an elected school board members. They are overseen by an appointed board of trustees, appointed by the school founders and the trustees themselves. Charter schools are not responsible for special education, not required to provide transportation, are not required to provide breakfast or lunch services to students, are not required to provide the services of a school nurse or a guidance counselor, though some do. If you read the data on average teacher salary in New Hampshire, charter schools are on the low end of the scale. Please do not duplicate a model that forces teachers to live in poverty wages. The funding mechanism for charter schools is not something to be emulated. Most charter schools in New Hampshire require fundraising dollars to operate. Choosing students whose families can contribute to fundraising efforts is appealing. I will argue that charter schools are only successful because of the relationships they build with sending district schools. The charter school program in our state was built that way. School choice overall depends on strong public district schools. As an example, in Milford, there are homeschool students who participate on our athletic teams and take CTE courses, and EFA recipients who take courses in our middle and high schools. In 2015, I was appointed by then Governor Sununu to serve on the commission to study issues relating to students receiving special education services while attending a chartered public school. Our commission identified potential solutions for the many issues we identified, but none of those solutions were absolute or perfect. Senator Lang mentioned last week that the schools work together and the coordination of special education services works out quite nicely. But the coordination doesn't just work out. It requires a lot of effort and time. That coordination requires administrative work and additional costs. Let's also consider that there's a shortage of qualified service providers in New Hampshire, speech and language pathologists, occupational therapists, and especially school psychologists. In Milford, we have an additional special education administrator dedicated to out-of-district placements and charter school students to ensure the IEP process serves the student as the law requires. We all work together with the common goal of serving the student and helping that student to be successful. But make no mistake, the model of special education to students attending charter schools costs the district additional expenses, which means additional expenses to the local property taxpayer. The same will hold true for open enrollment. The original bill states that it is not possible to predict costs associated with SB 101 and defaults to a $0 impact. With this new amendment, costs are predictable if assumptions are made for the number of students who will participate, and a new fiscal note should be analyzed before this bill moves on. If the legislature can find millions of dollars for open enrollment, why not increase adequacy for all public school students? This amendment addresses some issues with open enrollment, but there are still unanswered questions about the logistics of its implementation. I ask that you send this bill to study committee or vote ITL. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Lori Lane?
All right, get my reading glasses on. All set. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lori Lane, and I am the superintendent of schools for the Rollinsford School District, which is a small little community located on the seacoast. I am here today to ask you, like many others that have testified today, to oppose SB 101. I attended a public hearing last week on HB 1505, which was related to tax caps and school budgets, where Senator Jim Gray asked the primary sponsor of that bill, "What problem are you trying to solve with this legislation?" The senator's question stuck with me as I considered my comments and what I wanted to offer to you today. So I first asked myself, so I'm going to ask a couple of questions. Will SB 101 address the continuing burden on local taxpayers to fund their public schools? Nope, it will not. This bill does nothing to provide any relief to local taxpayers. A few weeks ago, the voters in Rollinsford, like many other communities in the state, voted to become open enrollment schools so they could limit, join to limit, which seems strange, and we had to explain all of that to everybody, the number of resident students who could enroll in other open enrollment schools to zero, all in the name of keeping their local tax dollars local. Although the bill's amended language now pulls money out of the Education Trust Fund to fund open enrollment tuition, local school districts will still lose the adequacy aid they had planned on when the school board built their budget for the upcoming school year. As such, budgets will be more difficult to plan for and manage with the unpredictable fluctuations in adequacy aid. So then my next question. Will SB 101 increase funding for all public schools? Well, no, it won't. What SB 101 will do is put more money in the pockets of wealthier school districts that already have the financial means to build new school buildings without the need for state aid and provide expanded educational opportunities for students, such as gifted and talented programs, world languages for elementary students, and facilities for their athletic programs that rival those that you can find on a college campus, just to name a few things. This bill continues to provide more for the haves and less for the have-nots, widening the disparity that already exists in New Hampshire's public schools. My next question, will SB 101 create equal opportunities for all students? No, it will not. As a public school educator for nearly 40 years, to me, one of the most disturbing pieces of SB 101 is the fact that school districts can deny accepting students based on attendance and or discipline records. Public schools have always had an open door to all students, regardless of their educational record. Students with attendance and or discipline issues often need additional supports because of mental health concerns, family dynamics, homelessness, academic challenges, special education needs, and the list goes on. Any school district who denies enrolling a student based on these criteria is rolling the dice, in my opinion, to opening themselves up to a discrimination lawsuit. The fact that SB 101 encourages this kind of discrimination is shameful to me. So our next question, is there public demand to expand school choice options that SB 101 will help meet or address? Again, no, there is not. So the Department of Education in New Hampshire publishes data on statewide student enrollment every single year. And you can find all of this information on their website. In the 2016-17 school year, 88% of the students that were pre-K through 12, so that's 179,734 students to be exact, attended New Hampshire public schools. In this current school year, although this total student population has decreased by about 10% over the last 10 years, the percentage of students who continue to be enrolled in public schools has only decreased by 3%. And as of October 2025, 85%, or 160,322 students, continue to attend public schools. What the data is showing is that the decline in public school enrollment has little to do with students leaving public schools to enroll in non-public schools. When looking at the number of students enrolled in non-public schools, again, with that same time frame, in 2016-17, that number was 16,343 students. This year, there are now 16,726 students enrolled in non-public schools. The change of students who have enrolled in non-public schools in the last 10 years has only increased by a total of 383 students. That's less than 400 kids in over 10 years. The New Hampshire Municipal Association statistics on New Hampshire's population as a state show that between 2010 and 2020, New Hampshire had the highest percentage of population decline in children under the age of 18 of any state in the nation. That population decline was 10.5%. The simple fact that New Hampshire is losing students because families are moving out of New Hampshire, its simple fact is that they're losing students, we're losing students because families are moving out of New Hampshire, or perhaps maybe they're not having as many kids, and maybe there's some other reasons. But it's economics that it's the issue here. It's not parental dissatisfaction with public education. SB 101 ignores the fact that public schools are the school choice option for 85% of New Hampshire's children. Again, a little over 160,000 students this year. And it ignores the data point that non-public school enrollment has only increased by less than 400 students in 10 years. This bill being touted as increasing school choice is misleading at best, and because the need just does not exist. So my next question, and my last question. Will SB 101 improve student outcomes? No, it will not. In January, the Josiah Bartlett Center on Public Policy published what I consider a minimalistic review of research that, quote unquote, supports the claim that open enrollment education systems in other states have improved student outcomes by fostering competition between public schools. So basically what they're saying is that public schools, we need to, quote unquote, up our game, right? So to speak, and to do more to compete with our neighbors in other public schools. This notion completely flies in the face of the purpose of public education. We are a system that cultivates thought and supports the whole child to learn and grow. As you've heard others say, we are a public good that is designed to provide every United States citizen with the skills and knowledge to foster our success as a nation. To think that public schools should be forced to compete with each other so that we will all improve, honestly, is quite ridiculous. It's just not. But if you do believe that, so let me ask you this. If we do believe that competition would come out of open enrollment, SB 101 provides no additional financial or statutory support to assist public schools with becoming more competitive. So is the legislature going to lift the moratorium on school building aid so that a school district like mine in Rollinsford could renovate or replace our circa 1937 school building? Is the legislature going to provide funding so our school district can contract the services of a marketing director to sell our school to parents in other school districts? Is the legislature going to provide public schools with additional funding so that we can hire like a world language teacher for our elementary students or pay for other expanded opportunities for students who want to attend our school? No, there's nothing in the language about that. So if SB 101 moves from your committee and moves to the governor's desk and is signed into law, here are my list of worries for Rollinsford and communities like ours. I am worried about the sustainability of Rollinsford's 150 student K through 6 public school, elementary school. How many students will we be able to lose and keep our school open? Rollinsford Grade School was recently recognized by the Department of Education, as with a number of other schools in the state, for their exceptional work in literacy growth in our students. Does the legislature really want small community schools with demonstrated academic success to close their doors because parents want to send their children to a school district that has more modern school facilities or expanded opportunities that Rollinsford cannot afford, nor has the physical space to do? I am also worried about the loss of state adequacy revenue that we will experience when parents make the decision to about school placement after we have built our budget each year. Our budget is already increasing because of uncontrollable costs like healthcare. So losing adequacy funding on top of these increases would lead us to make some very difficult budgeting decisions. But what I'm worried about the most is our children, every single one of them. Every child in our country is entitled to the robust educational experience they will find in their local public schools. If parents choose to seek other alternative education programs, that's certainly their right and their prerogative. But their choice should not strengthen public schools in wealthier districts while weakening public schools in poorer ones. In closing, I again ask you to oppose SB 101. This bill is trying to solve a problem that just doesn't exist. As you've heard throughout all of the testimony that you've listened to on this bill, there are more questions to be answered and more problems with this legislation that need to be addressed before it goes any further. And I would ask that as you deliberate your vote, and decide what your vote will be, I will ask you to ask the same question that I asked myself. What problem is SB 101 trying to solve? And I can assure you, you will not come up with a clear and compelling answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative Selleck?
Thank you so much. You had quite a lot of detail in your testimony. If after you're done, you could email a copy to us so that we can, or give it
absolutely,
to someone
of
so we
course.
can get a copy, that'd be great.
Absolutely.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very
Okay,
much.
thank you.
Nikki Murphy? It's getting toasty in here.
Hi, thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Nikki Murphy. I'm not just coming here as the chair of the school board, Newport School District, but also a mom. You've heard from a lot of us, and maybe a little bit of this will be repeated, but I think it needs to be. I wasn't able to make it last week, so I'm going to start off with my testimony from last week and then just move in with the amendment. So bear with me. So this bill doesn't create opportunity. It creates a bill, and it's being sent directly to our taxpayers in a community like Newport. Newport has 6,000 people in it, and most of our residents were considered a poor town. We are scraping by even with our budgets. I'm not here to speak in theory. I'm here to tell you exactly what this bill will do to a real community like Newport. SB 101 is not a school choice. It is cost shifting onto communities that are already struggling to survive, like mine. This bill forces Newport taxpayers to subsidize other districts. In Newport, our taxpayers already carry a heavy burden due to New Hampshire not funding our school accordingly. We are not a wealthy district. We do not have excess capacity. We do not have a margin. Under this bill, when a student leaves our district, their funding leaves with them, and we are expected to send tuition payments out to another district. Newport taxpayers will be paying to educate students somewhere else while still paying to operate our own school. We still run the buses, we still heat the buildings, we still employ the staff. You are asking my community to pay twice, once for the system we maintain and again for the one we lose students to. We cannot even pass a stable budget, and this adds more instability. Newport already struggles year after year just to pass a budget. We operate under the constant threat of below a default budget, and that is what happened to us this year. How are we supposed to budget when we don't know how many students or dollars we will lose? This creates fewer resources for remaining students, increased strain on staff, and more pressure on taxpayers. This is not equity, this is a selective opportunity. Only families with transportation, flexibility, and financial means can take advantage of this system. Meanwhile, working families remain in a system that is now underfunded and destabilized. This bill punishes communities that are already doing everything they can, like Newport. Our educators are working tirelessly. Our administrators are making hard decisions. Our board is trying to be fiscally responsible while still doing right by kids. Instead of support, this bill delivers less funding, more uncertainty, and greater inequity. If this passes, Newport won't fail because we didn't care. We'll fail because the system was designed to take from us until we couldn't stand anymore. So in Newport, we have 715 students. 410 were eligible for free and reduced lunch this year on their family income, while 24.1% of students statewide were eligible. 57% of the students at Newport were eligible. Also, in the 22-23 school year, 204 students received special education services with an IEP. This was 28% of the 715 students, a bit more than the statewide average of 19.7%. And 10 students were not native English speakers, if I could speak, in 23-24. We did pass a warrant article in March in the town of Newport for open enrollment, and that is to allow 3 in and 0 out. Because when this passes, you guys get to move on. We don't. This amendment is a political fix, not a policy fix. Let's call it what it is. This amendment was designed to make this bill easier to vote for, not safer to implement. You reduced the visible damage between districts, delayed the timeline, and then you shifted the real cost here. Onto the state, onto the Education Trust Fund, onto taxpayers. An extra $3,500 per student is not a rounding error. It is a signal. This program costs more, not less, when students leave. So I need each of you to ask yourselves, are you prepared to defend voting for a policy that increases statewide education spending while destabilizing local districts? Because that is exactly what this does. If you represent a rural or small district, this is your vote to own. If you represent communities like mine or even close to it, this bill should concern you deeply because your districts do not have excess capacity, do not have financial cushion, do not have the ability to absorb sudden enrollment shifts. And when students leave, your costs don't go down. Your budget just breaks. You will not be explaining this to policy analysis. You will be explaining it to taxpayers asking, why did my taxes go up when fewer kids are in town? And then the honest answer will be, because the system you voted for doesn't work at the local level. Moving on to special education, the liability you're voting into. I want to be very direct here. If you vote for this bill as amended, you are voting for a system that still has no real plan for special education costs. And that's not theoretical. That is legally mandated spending unpredictable placement costs, immediate financial impact. So when a district like Newport takes on or loses high-cost students under an unstable funding model, the financial consequences are real, immediate, and unavoidable. If you think the amendment addressed that, it did not. If you think that this won't come back at you, it will. The Education Trust Fund is not a bottomless buffer. Let's talk about the decision to fund this through the Education Trust Fund. The fund already carries adequacy obligations, special education pressures, long-term sustainability concerns, and now we're layering on a program that costs more per student when they leave their home district. That is not reform. This is a structural strain you are choosing to add. The 2027 delay is a political cover. Pushing implementation to July 1st, 2027 gives this bill breathing room politically. But it gives districts something else, uncertainty starting now, because we still have to build budgets, make staffing decisions, plan for programs, without knowing what enrollment or funding will look like. So again, I ask you, are you comfortable voting for a system you wouldn't be able to budget for yourself? Because when this goes wrong, and in districts like mine, it won't show up in a report. It will show up in budget cuts, staff reductions, program losses, and tax increases. And your constituents will not call Concord first. They will call you. So I am asking you, not as a talking point, but as a decision maker. If you represent rural communities, if you care about fiscal responsibility, if you expect education policy to actually work on the ground, then you already know the answer. This amendment didn't fix the bill. It just made it easier to pass. Do not pass it. My fear is if SB 101 is passed, that Newport will no longer have a public school district in the next 5 years. And that is not fair to the families that wouldn't be able to use this open enrollment. I ask the committee to vote no on SB 101. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Lisa? On deck will be Dr. Lois Costa, Curtis Hamilton, and David Trumbull.
That testimony was so compelling, I almost feel like I don't need to testify. There's been a lot of compelling testimony today in opposition to SB 101. For the record, my name is Lisa Bodwin. I am a mom of an adult man with Down syndrome who went through the public education system. There are plenty of families who are very unhappy with the delivery of services and who battle to gain the right to access general education services. I am also the Director of Disability Strategies for Disability Equity, and I'm asking you to vote ITL on this bill. It is a profoundly harmful education policy direction for students with disabilities, as well as low-income students, as Ms. Kennedy spoke about so eloquently. As evidence indicates, and my written testimony has footnotes, in places like Colorado, students with disabilities participating in open enrollment participate at lower rates, and where tracked are more likely to be denied transfer. This has been talked about a lot in the past couple of days. Districts rely on capacity limits and program availability, which function as barriers for students with IEPs. And as the data shows, over time, open enrollment sorts students, concentrating higher need students in certain districts while funding follows others out. What happens? Districts with greater student need have fewer financial resources, and again, these are documented and footnoted. Proponents of this bill rely on a false equivalence. They assume that giving families more choice will produce better educational outcomes, as though mobility itself causes quality. It does not. This logic is faulty because it skips over transportation barriers, uneven district capacity, special education obligation, and of course, as many others have spoken of, fixed costs. There are selection effects, and there is the reality that not all students can exercise choice on equal terms. And I will tell you, as someone who grew up desperately poor, my mother had 2 full-time jobs and a half-time job. And she had every will in the world to work her way out of poverty. And there is no world, no universe in which she would have been able to exercise open enrollment. Open enrollment attempts to graft a libertarian marketplace ethos onto a public system, as others have discussed, that is designed for shared responsibility. This is not innovation, this is fragmentation, and it is a deliberate next of the 1,000 cuts to kill and undermine a safe and stable public education in New Hampshire. Markets don't protect those who need the service the most. Schools are not to run as markets. That's not how they were designed. I'm going to skip over most of my special education comments, but not all of them. SB 101 destabilizes the delivery of special education services for students with IEPs. And while the bill says districts cannot deny attendance or implementation of an existing IEP, it creates a fragmented system of accountability. This risks interruption of FAPE, which creates legal exposure under IDEA. SB 101 invites de facto selection and exclusion of students with disabilities. The bill prohibits explicit discrimination, but allows denial for capacity, disciplinary history, and chronic absenteeism. These categories are deeply correlated with disability, and there is disproportionate representation in these 3 categories for students with IEPs. And let's talk for a moment about capacity. Who is going to double check that when a school district says it doesn't have capacity, either is that a financial capacity or is that spots in a school? Because I can tell you this, right now in New Hampshire, there are aggressive, shocking, and unpleasant fights in school districts during school budget hearings where elected officials, like in Bow or Pembroke, are recorded during public hearings disparaging the presence and costs of students with disabilities. Let's not delude ourselves. No school is going to want to accept more IEP students because schools are already having a hard time providing the services and paying for them. Let's just be very honest. They will find ways under the term capacity to say no thank you. SB 101 accelerates resource stratification, as many others have discussed. I will not repeat those comments. Again, let's not delude ourselves. SB 101 creates access barriers
disguised as choice. The bill explicitly states that there is no transportation obligation for out-of-district students. This means families must provide transportation, and in practice, only families with time, money, and flexibility can access this choice. Many families of students with IEPs cannot. And this bill produces uneven access to opportunity, not true choice. It increases administrative burdens. I'm not going to read the rest of that paragraph because you all didn't take a seventh inning stretch. The fiscal uncertainty, as many others have shared, is certainly a red flag for vulnerable populations, and that cannot be repeated enough today. Even the fiscal note explicitly states impacts are indeterminable. Education policies that expand choice without addressing inequality tend to reward those students who are already advantaged and leave others like students with IEPs and low-income students further behind. SB 101 is like giving a fast lane to those students who already have a car, leaving behind those students who have tricycles. I urge you to vote ITL on SB 101. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Dr. Lois Costa.
Good afternoon, everyone. For the record, my name is Michaela Demeter. Dr. Costa is not able to be here today. She spent all of last week sitting in the audience and was not able to read, so she has given me permission to read her testimony on the record today.
Could you just spell your last name out?
Sure. Last name Demeter.
I'm sorry.
Demeter.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Madam Chair and members of the committee, I'm here to express my strong opposition to the proposed $55 million allocation for universal open enrollment. While the goal of expanding choice is often lauded, this specific amendment creates a system of opportunity for some at the direct expense of the stability and quality of education for the vast majority of New Hampshire students. New Hampshire has a proud, long-standing tradition of local governance. SB 101 effectively bypasses the warrant article process, stripping local taxpayers of their right to decide how their district resources are allocated and which students they are equipped to serve. By removing this local oversight, the state is undermining the very municipal autonomy that defines our communities. This proposal fails to account for the reality of school finance. When a student leaves their resident district, the state adequacy funding follows them, but the fixed costs, facilities, utilities, maintenance, and staffing contracts remain. The funding deficit, this creates a budget hole that must be absorbed by the remaining local property taxes. The downward spiral. To cover these stranded costs, districts are forced to raise property taxes or cut services. This could include AP courses, music, vocational programs for the students who stay. Because SB 101 does not provide for transportation, the choice it offers is an illusion for many. It is a benefit available only to families with the financial means and time to provide private transit. This risks creating a two-tiered system where our most vulnerable students remain in districts with diminishing resources, while those with more means depart. The current implementation timeline does not align with the municipal budget cycle. School boards and administrators need predictable enrollment numbers to hire staff and order materials. The volatility introduced by this amendment could lead to mid-year staffing imbalances that disrupt the learning environment for all children, making long-term planning nearly impossible. If the state can identify $55 million in new spending, those funds should be used to fulfill the state Supreme Court orders to fully fund adequacy for every public school. Currently, this proposal sends additional funding, roughly $5,000 per student, to receiving districts that are often already thriving
rather than directing support to the students and communities with the greatest need. New Hampshire already has established pathways for students needing different placements, such as manifest educational hardship and interdistrict agreements. These allow for flexibility without destabilizing entire communities. We should not replace existing systems with far-reaching policies that create unintended consequences for local taxpayers. We urge the committee to prioritize equitable state funding that strengthens local schools where students are, rather than pushing them to move to find quality. I respectfully request that you vote inexpedient to legislate on this amendment, and this is signed Dr. Lois B. Costa, the superintendent of SAU 90 in Hampton. And because I'm only reading her, I don't think it's appropriate for me to take questions.
Okay, thank you. Curtis?
Hello. Thank you, Chair Noble, members of the committee. Thank you for your stamina today. My name is Curtis Hamilton. I'm a resident of Greenfield and I represent my town on the Conval School Board. I'm speaking today for myself and in opposition to SB 101. Earlier this session, an open letter on the risks of statewide open enrollment was signed by 610, now 614, school board members and district leaders, including over half of New Hampshire's superintendents. This is a broad recognition among those responsible for governing and operating our schools that a policy of this scale requires careful, transparent consideration of its fiscal and operational consequences. A copy of that letter is being passed around along with a list of all its signatories. I encourage you to find the towns that you represent and see who you know. It's my opinion that the process to date has fallen short of transparent and careful. When HB 771 and SB 101 were heard last year, the Department of Education did not provide public testimony, analysis, or a fiscal note in those hearings. This year, an attempt to fast-track open enrollment by attaching it to HB 751 in the Senate, and this amendment now in front of us is informing a discussion. This amendment was not drafted with this hearing in mind. It was drafted on March 4th for HB 751 and not SB 101. And by the time this committee heard SB 101 last week, members again have noted that there was no fiscal note or analysis available to inform the discussion. The Department of Education indicated that it does not produce a fiscal note at this stage, and that further analysis would come later as the bill moves from policy to finance. And that leaves this committee evaluating a major statewide policy change without clear financial information, even as it advances. It was also noted that there's no guarantee and no scheduling for the Finance Committee to take this bill up before it reaches the House floor. This committee also voted to ITL HB 1280 that would have studied open enrollment policy in depth. And having rejected that deliberate path, it is especially concerning to now advance this policy without fiscal clarity or meaningful engagement from the agency and the districts charged with implementing it. We are now seeing conflicting fiscal signals emerge late in this process. Senator Lang testified that a 2% statewide uptake would cost roughly $6 million. While the Department of Education's Bureau of School Finance projected that a 1% uptake would cost approximately $7.7 million. These estimates are also assume that participation is evenly distributed across the state, when in reality, transfers are likely to be concentrated in certain districts, disproportionately impacting the communities that can absorb them the least. These inconsistencies should give this committee pause. Though the department's analysis was not provided to this committee, it was published in a newspaper last week, and I've attached it to my testimony today. And as you review it, I ask that you not confine yourselves to the fiscal impact on the state alone, but consider the communities you each serve. Open enrollment will create winners and losers, and some districts will lose significantly under this plan. As adequacy and targeted aid shift with students, sending districts lose the very resources designed to support their highest need populations, even as costs remain. And these are material impacts on local budgets, property tax bills, and the educational opportunities of children. When there is no clear understanding of this harm, this body cannot fully understand the policy it is being asked to advance. Just last week, the state said clearly that funding our schools is a shared responsibility. My ask to you is simple. Before telling school boards, district leaders, and your constituents to look opportunistically upon their neighbors, do not downshift the moral burden of this act. Share it and fully consider the consequences. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to clarify, the bill will go to the floor first and then it will go to finance. It's actually not the bill, it's the underlying bill was not an early bill. An early bill means it goes to a second committee. The amendment is going to make it that way. So it will go to finance.
So would it have gone to finance had it passed from SB or HB 751 straight to the House floor for a vote on concurrent? I'm just wondering what the prior
It would not have because we changed the funding mechanism.
Okay. So it's guaranteed a hearing in finance.
It has to go, they won't have a hearing.
Madam Chair, the chair of the Finance Committee has the ability to waive off the going to his committee. So there is a possibility that the chair of the Finance Committee can waive off the bill and it will not get a hearing. It's happened before.
From where I stand, we've seen two years now of a lack of effort to understand the full fiscal impacts, especially at the local level. And I would recommend you call the Department of Education back up here, invite them before the committee. It's well within your power to do so, and have a conversation with them. That when you delay getting answers to these questions, if this is passed, that only falls more heavily on the operations at a local level of our districts, and it will just wrench the gears.
From what I recall from the department from last week, that he was going to be running some additional numbers for when it goes to finance.
And the document that I included, I believe it could have been provided to you then. I believe it would have been helpful for you to have that information at that time when they're actually present in front of you.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is actually a question for you, and I think to the point of the person testifying currently, there were questions that we did have for the department. I remember Mr. Manganiello saying that he was going to take those questions back to the department. They were not here today, so are we anticipating those answers given to us after this bill leaves the committee or prior to us voting on them? When would we receive other input?
No, before we vote on this in here, there's questions we have. So yeah, we'll get answers.
Thank you.
Representative Selig?
Thank you so much. And thank you for taking my question. And for people who are testifying after, I apologize that I'm going to have to leave in a moment. But I'm curious if your district opted to to open your enrollment and to say that you could accept, let's say, 15 elementary school students to one of your local elementary schools. And then you had an influx of families move in to the district that would fill those 15 seats with kids who live there. Would your district have the ability to flex to fit in all of those different children without losing funds or space or something else?
No, likely not. But that's a more complex question than I can ask. And defining our capacity is an ongoing struggle, even as we kind of have imagined this being a reality. And as we brought a Warren article forward to the public, the district staff had to look at and evaluate the capacity of individual classrooms across schools and the entire district. And that was, I'll just leave it at, that was a complex process, and it was unclear about how we would do that in the future.
Thank you. Representative Nato?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a question on, I know there's been a lot of questions on everything. Mine is, what about the parent in a different district? Maybe even specifically, I'm thinking on kids on IEPs or whatever, who want to put their child in a good environment. I'm not saying it's a bad environment altogether, but to put them into an environment where somebody has maybe more credential towards their specific needs, and they feel that they would enhance their education, and not. It's been already said that it's just a volunteer, and also that school has to have an opening as well. So I'm looking at a parent who wants to excel their child's education with somebody who has more credential than that particular field that they really need.
Sure. Ultimately, this is a balancing of interests, right? And if you take Senator Lang's estimate that there would be a 1% uptake or a 2% uptake, what is the benefit of that 2% uptake versus the impact it would have on the remaining districts when their adequacy is siphoned? And how do you hold the benefit of one child in your hand when you're also talking about the reduction in services that would be felt at the district of liability or the sending district because they've lost adequacy? And what does that cycle look like over several years? So I'm not dismissing that the individual parent's perspective, but one versus the rest of the 99%.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Seeing none. Thank you, Curtis. David Trumbull.
Hello, Madam Chairwoman and committee members. How's everybody doing? So I have three concerns about the bill, and I'd like to start with my second one as my testimony goes around, and that's the impact on the towns, the poorly funded schools. This bill will not just, it doesn't create inequity because we have inequity, and it's going to do more than exacerbate inequity. I think it will entrench it and destroy a lot of public schools in this state. So I'll start with a couple points. First is that one of the unique features of our system is that we have this huge inequality of funding between schools. As you all know, we're 50th in the country in the state's share of funding. We pay about 25%, 70% is left to the towns. This leads to big spending disparities between the towns and huge educational disparities. Our state is very high nationally. We get high rankings on the student proficiency, but we have a lot of towns that are at 10 or 20%. We got other towns that are 50, 60, or 70%. And it's the low income towns, the low property tax towns that have the low educational results. This bill is a new expense that could be easily $40 or more million. If 5% of students participate, that's $8,000. With a $5,000 check comparable to the charter school fund, that's $40 million. So that's just some overviews. The bill, I say, would be a financial catastrophe to the schools that lack adequate funding. So how much will these towns lose? I would say at least $10,000 per student. First, the sending town loses its adequacy payment. That's base adequacy plus free and reduced lunch for that percentage of students, and ELL adequacy. It would not lose its special ed adequacy. That's going to be about $5,000 per student. On top of that, the sending town will lose its extraordinary grant, which is based on how many students are free and reduced lunch in that town, and its fiscal capacity disparity grant, which is based on whether or not they have a strong property tax base. Those two towns, if you go to this DOE charts and look at them, you'll see that there's 78 towns and municipalities in the state that receive funding from one or both of these programs, to the tune of $170 million. That's essential funds because we've determined that it costs more money to fund education when you have low-income students, and towns cannot afford to do it themselves. 67 towns get extraordinary grant funding, 34 get fiscal capacity, and 23 get money from both programs. That means they have a higher need and they have no way to fund it for themselves because their property tax base per student is so low. Combined, they educate over a third of all students in the state, perhaps 2/5, at least 60,000 students. The 23 towns that receive funding under both programs educate 16,000 students in our state. Then I would like you to add in a few large municipalities that get huge extraordinary grant programs. That is, they have at least a third of their student population, if not 40 or 45%, who are FRL eligible. That's including Laconia, Somersworth, Rochester, Nashua, and Manchester. Combined, those add another 29,000. There's a huge list of students. We're talking tens of thousands of students that need this money, and they're going to lose it under this plan. They lose the 5,000, then they're going to lose their extraordinary grant, and they're going to lose their fiscal capacity. So, a couple things. Exactly why do I say 5%? Testimony last week from Dr. Broderick said nationwide average is 6%. Concord Monitor had a study, and they quoted Alex Tilsley from Reaching Higher that said based on nationwide, it's 7%. My research on this indicates that it's between 5 and 10%. So 5% is a minimum. And you've heard speaker after speaker say it's not going to be Hanover that loses the students. It's going to be the students that want to go to Hanover. So 5% is a minimum, but I'll give you some numbers based on 5%. Oh, one other thing. People say, well, why can't they just compete their way out of this? You heard testimony from Nikki Murphy from Newport. They can't compete their way out of this. They are holding on just barely. There is nothing left to cut there. Any further reduction in money for them means less teachers, bigger classrooms, no art, no music, no physical ed, closing down their beautiful CTE program. That's what's going to happen. So, looking through the numbers, I'll give you 5 towns here. Berlin. If Berlin loses 5% of its students, and they get $14,469 in adequacy payments, they will lose $665,000 in the first year of this program. That's the impact on Berlin, a $665,000 cut. If Newport loses 5% of its students, they would lose $430,000. How can Newport lose $430,000? They are operating at a under budget default level to begin with. If Claremont lost 5% of its students, that would be a loss of $940,000, almost $1 million. If Manchester loses 5% of its students, that would be a loss of over $7 million to the Manchester schools. And if Franklin loses 5% of its students, it would be a loss of $566,000. The other towns on this list don't get 11 to 14,000 in total, but it's easy to see that they're getting at least $10,000 per. So I ask you to look at the list of who's on this. I'll give you some of those in the 23 town list. Allenstown, Bennington, Boscawen, Charlestown, Derry, Effingham, Greenville, Haverhill, Hinsdale, Lancaster, Lisbon, Milan, Northfield, Northumberland, Pembroke, Pennacook, Pittsfield, Swansea, Troy, and Winchester. Those towns are going to lose about 10,000 per student if they lose 5% of their students, and that's a reasonable estimate. So what do we do as a state? We have some things to do before we adopt open enrollment. We need to fix our funding system. You've heard a lot about that. So look at the states that people have been saying it works well in. You had a gentleman here last week who came in and said it works good in Arizona and Indiana and North Carolina. So I looked up those 3 states, and here's how much the towns pay for education there. Arizona, 35%, Indiana, 31%, North Carolina, 26%. So the towns are paying 30% of the cost. In New Hampshire, they're paying 70% of the cost. Minnesota has had open enrollment for 35 years, the longest in the country. They pay 30% of the cost at the local level. Where it works, if it works in places where the state is paying enough money to every single school so that every school is good. That means when a family chooses open enrollment in those states, they're doing it for one of 3 reasonable reasons. Either it's geography, it might be some special program in a school, or it might be there's just something not working for that child in that town. Those are all reasonable, good reasons why you would want to have open enrollment. A bad reason for open enrollment is so that parents can flee underperforming schools. New Hampshire is the last state in America that should be adopting open enrollment because we are the worst funded at the state level. It may work in these other states because the state actually lives up to its responsibility and funds the schools. But in New Hampshire, we don't fund our schools. We leave it to the towns. They are now dependent on us for this fiscal aid. They are going to lose $10,000 per student. What's going to happen is this. I want you to think of this picture. It's a building. Okay, so what we've been doing is saying school choice is important. So we're taking timbers and frames and posts and beams out of this building so we can build this thing on the roof of the building for school choice, for EFAs. We took it by funding it out of the Education Trust Fund. Now the architect of this plan goes back to that building and rips out more posts and beams and says, I'm going to build another thing on top of this building so we can have open enrollment. But what's happening is the building is losing its structure. It's going to crumble upon in and of itself. And who's going to lose? The first people are going to be the people at the bottom of the rubble. And that's going to be the people who live, these 60,000 students who need state funding. And when they lose this amount of money, those schools will not be able to function. They may even close. But in the end, it hurts all of us because these children don't stay in Newport forever. They move around. They're our children. They belong to all of us. And our obligation is to fund all of them a good education. That's our constitutional obligation, and we should be doing that first. A couple other things I would add to you is one, the last page of my analysis shows that studies show no educational gains from this program. This is from the Fordham Institute, hardly a liberal institution. They looked at the only studies that compared and said there is no long-term educational gain, except if there is consistent enrollment. But this bill doesn't guarantee consistent enrollment. It's based on capacity. So a child goes over here for a year, the town says, we can't keep you anymore, you go back to your hometown. That's not consistent enrollment. The transportation costs, the low-income family or even the middle-income family can't afford to drive 50 miles back and forth twice a day. They're going to end up trying it and say, this is too much, we just can't handle it. So you're not going to have consistent enrollment. So even if you think it works somewhere, it only works if you have consistent enrollment. I'll take you back to my first page just to talk about how this is not choice for everybody. This is a theme that's been repeated throughout the day, so I won't belabor it, but there's 3 groups of people I want you to think about. One is the low-income family who struggles to meet transportation costs. They don't have a second car. They are automatically excluded from this program. It is not choice for everybody. It's choice for some. And I give you some evidence here from Ohio with the indicated they've had it for 30 years, and it's the high-income families that participate. Second is children of disabilities who are FRL eligible, urban schools, and children of color. They have higher rates of discipline. UNH's Carsey Center did a study on that, and they looked at it, and they said students with disability 3 times more likely to have high exclusionary discipline. Students from low-income households, more than 3 times high. Students of color, over 2.5 times high. If you multiply a student who meets multiples of these, it ends up that you can end up having 30 or 40 times more likely to have high exclusionary discipline. Now, I take Representative McDonald's point that it's not mandatory that a school refuses somebody, but it is permissible. And I think the only way, if you're going to pass this bill, is to take that whole section out and delete it and say, nobody should be denied open enrollment. If it's going to be the end of zip code schooling, which is what Senator Lang promised us, then that whole section should disappear. If a child moves into a town, we don't deny them an education because they've been absent a lot or have discipline problems. If this is going to be the true end of zip code schooling, then that whole section should be removed from the bill totally. And last is, what about the urban schools? We heard talk about what about the rural schools? Look what happens in the urban schools. Manchester has 12,000 students. 1% is 120. If they lose 5%, that's 600 students. Where are they going to go? What happened in Ohio, they found, was that the large urban districts that have high children of color and disadvantaged children economically, the surrounding suburbs don't want them. They say no capacity. So this is the question for you, is what's going to happen? Will all the towns say we aren't going to take the children from Manchester? Are they going to, within traveling distance of Manchester, or will they take them or not? And that's going to determine whether or not this really is a bill of choice or not of choice. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative Litchfield?
Thank you. I have a question if you're willing. Thank you for taking my question. That's very passionate. I don't have the same energy that you do at this hour. Sorry about that. Today, my perception of what I've heard is money, money, money. Okay. So it is, if we were to do what the New Hampshire Supreme Court stated and we were to give $3,000 additional dollars per student, it would be approximately $500 to $600 million from the state level. It's still taxpayer dollars. Okay. So today we've heard about how we're not looking out for special education, which I've done school board for 15 years, on my 16th year. This 2 different sessions. What about special education? You're right. What about those that don't come from well-off families, free and reduced? That's great. Let me ask you this. What about the everyday learner that continues to get the shaft? Who is looking out for them?
So thank you for that question, Representative Litchfield. To me, this bill hurts the everyday learner. It might help some child who says, I want to go to a different school. And as I said, there are some justifiable scenarios for open enrollment. But what it's going to do is take all that $10,000 to $14,000 away from the towns that we give the extraordinary grant money to, this fiscal capacity, plus the adequacy aid. It's going to threaten this very survival of those schools. And that is everyday, ordinary children who are going to be left behind in the Newport school, the Franklin school, the Manchester school. So they should not be devalued. I understand that you want to have choice for some children. And as I said, open enrollment could be good. But if you build it on a structure that takes money away from the schools that need it the most, it will crumble those schools. So if you want open enrollment, I think what you do is you adequately fund all of the schools first. And then you can put in all these choice programs that you want, but you wouldn't be endangering the everyday child who goes, the 90% of our children who go to the other children who go to the schools. We should be doing both. It shouldn't be a choice between one or the other.
Thank you. I appreciate and respect what you're saying because I understand you're in the thick of it every day. But from what I've seen, there are schools that can actually do it on the private end for $8,000 or $9,000 per student. We've got public that do it at $21,000 to $36,000. I personally do not believe that throwing more money at it necessarily brings better outcomes. What is your position on that?
So thank you again for the question, Representative Litchfield. The average cost of a private school education in New Hampshire is not $8,000 or $9,000. For elementary, it's in the $10,000 or $12,000, but for high schools, it's closing in on $20,000. Also, it's worth noting that the average private school gets to choose the students that they want. They can deny, they're not dealing with what we're dealing with here. They can take anybody they want or don't want. And their percentage of students who receive special ed is maybe a third of the public schools. And in the students that they will take who have received special ed are, as somebody else said earlier, probably children who are less involved and less expensive. The public school is known as a place where every single child can walk in the door and gets an education. Special ed costs an extra $32,000 per student. And that's not something that's an ideal or a want. Those are mandatory expenses. Federal and state law says you have to spend it. And the first thing it does is that you set up a team, the team does a diagnosis, and they come up with a plan. The public school has no choice in the matter. They have to meet those goals. So you're comparing 2 completely different systems.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Would you agree that the average everyday learner is all of us? It's every single one of us. It is my child, it's your child, it's your neighbor's child. It's the child with disabilities. It is the child who does not have a disability, who has a 504, who lives with anxiety. To that end, the United States Constitution and the New Hampshire Constitution require education for all children, not just some.
I agree 100%, Representative Murray.
Any other questions? Seeing none. Oh, Representative Hall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just curious on the statement that was made just a few minutes ago that everyday learners continue to get the shaft. Do you agree with that?
Look, I think ours public, as I've told you before, my wife's a public school teacher, special ed teacher, has been for 40 years. We talk about public school every day. We have 2 kids. They went through the public school. There's no system that's perfect. Private schools aren't perfect. Public schools aren't perfect. Homeschooling's not perfect. So I think it's unfair. There may be people who don't have the best experience, but I think to categorize and stereotype all the public schools because some people doesn't work for them, that's really unfair because the teachers work hard. Say what?
Madam Chair,
Can we allow David to continue, please?
I just don't like motive being assigned.
I'm sorry, I wasn't deciding motive to anybody. No, I think it's tough. Okay, no school's going to be perfect, but I think that the teachers work very hard, the administrators work very hard, and I think we should just get a little bit over this and start saying, look, the public schools take every child. The teachers are worthy of respect. It's time that we start showing more respect for the good that's coming out of our public schools. And if we funded them, we'd do better. I mean, again, look back to the first thing I gave you was the reading and the math scores. From the towns that don't have the money, they're very low. The towns that do have the money, they're very high. We know that keeping good qualified teachers, not just having a school filled with beginner teachers, having good class sizes, bringing in reading specialists when kids are in elementary school, math specialists when they're in middle school, offering them all these alternatives which keep children interested. Some kids need art, music, and other things to get through the day. If you do that, the schools work. We're just not living up to our duty to fund the schools. If we did that, I think the public schools would thrive across the state, not just in the well-funded towns.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none.
Thank you
very much. Alex Tilsley.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, good afternoon. My name is Alex Tilsley. I am a resident of Concord, and I am the Director of Policy at Reaching Higher New Hampshire. For those who aren't familiar with us, Reaching Higher is a small nonprofit education policy research organization, and our mission is to help strengthen public schools in the Granite State. We are exclusively focused on New Hampshire. And so, like many of you, I have been diving deep into open enrollment over the last weeks and months and hours, and feels like years. And so I am going to skip a lot of what I think you have heard already and get to what I think might be new. So what I've handed out is a financial analysis Reaching Higher did on the new amendment, looking at the numbers, taking into consideration what we know from other states and thinking about what this might cost to the state. So as you heard from Mr. Trumbull just now, kind of the first variable in this equation is take-up, right? How many students are going to use it? Senator Lang last week worked with a 1% take-up rate in year one, which I think is very much what it will be in the first year, and that jives with the research. But nationwide, that number tends to stabilize around 5 to 10%. There's variation in that. Obviously, different states have districts of different sizes. If you have huge districts, there's lower rates of inter-district transfers because, in Florida, where the districts are countywide, it's a really long way to go to another district. So there's some variation, but 5 to 10% seems to be where these programs stabilize. So on, I think, the third page of the handout, you'll see a table where we looked at different rates of take-up, just to give you those numbers. we estimated take up, or we present 3 different ways of thinking about the finances here at those different take up rates. And so these are 1%, 5%, and 10% of the public school population using the department's fiscal year 27 estimates. I know this program would start in fiscal year 28, didn't feel comfortable projecting based on their projections, so we used fiscal year 27 through everything. So what Senator Lang presented, he estimated the cost looking at the average spending per pupil in the traditional public schools, the average spending per pupil in the charter schools, and taking the difference. So you see that as the first line, 3 million at 1%, up to 30 million at 10% take up. One question I have with his analysis is the treatment of SWEPT as state funding. And so his per pupil total for the traditional public schools includes SWEPT. I think I raise it as a question because I actually don't know how SWEPT funds would be handled in this open enrollment funding formula as presented, and I'll come back to that in a minute. The New Hampshire Education Department estimate you see at the bottom here is based on the memo that Curtis Hamilton, I think, handed around. So thank you to everyone before me for handing out the materials. But what the department did is they looked at that extra charter bonus, open enrollment bonus, that roughly $5,000 extra dollars schools would get for enrolling an open enrollment student, and they just took that number, multiplied it by the number of students. So that's how they got the 7.7. We approached this kind of somewhere in the middle. We looked at, using the fiscal year 27 projections, the average amount a traditional public school gets per pupil beyond adequacy and differentiated aid. So you assume that adequacy and differentiated stays the same regardless of where the student goes. That's already an expense. But with extraordinary needs grants and fiscal capacity disparity aid, which comes back next year, there are some extra dollars that schools get in different situations. So we looked at, I think it's in here somewhere off the top of my head, it's like $1,100 is the average amount a district gets above adequacy. And so we subtracted that from the $5,200 to say if a student moves from the average traditional public school to an open enrollment school, this is the difference in what the state is spending on them. There are a lot of, I don't want to say caveats, but a lot of kind of conditionals here where it depends on where the student is coming from. There are, I think, 5 districts in the state where the average amount above adequacy is more than $5,000. So a student leaving one of those districts, that would actually save the state money. But that said, to come back to SWEPT, we know there are a number of towns that don't actually get any state money right now because they raise enough in SWEPT to cover what they're owed. I'm not sure, and this is, I think, a question for you all to explore. I'm not sure if in this bill, a student who enrolls or open enrolls into one of those excess SWEPT towns, so a town like Rye is my favorite example because that's where my mom lives, but a town like Rye, if a student open enrolls into Rye, are they expected to cover that expense with their excess SWEPT funds, in which case the town of Rye is kind of taking on the expense of that student, or do they get the state funding on top of their excess SWEPT funds? It is a genuine question. I don't know the answer, but it affects the calculations if you're trying to think about the total cost to the state. So I put this out there to just try to capture the different levels, and you could take any one of these estimates. You can decide where you think take-up is going to land. I think the important takeaway is any way you cut this, this is an added expense to the state. And from Reaching Higher's perspective, from the research we've done, we might suggest that if we're going to spend, I'm going to take the middle box because that just feels, it's right in the middle. If we're going to spend $32 million a year on public education, I think it's worth thinking about whether that's best spent sending it to the schools that are already doing well. We know that's where people are going to want to go, right? They're going to want to go to the highest performing schools. I think David Trumbull cited some of that research. Students tend to move from high performing schools into even higher performing schools. In this financial mechanism, we're sending that extra $32 million to those higher performing schools. We might consider instead investing it in the schools that aren't doing as well to help support them and to raise more ships, right, with that rising tide. The other thing I wanted to just mention as we've dug into this, and you've heard, I'm trying not to be repetitive, as we've dug into other states, as we've talked to other states who have open enrollment programs, one thing that has become really clear to me is that you can't separate the conversation of open enrollment and funding formulas. To understand a state's open enrollment program and how it's financed, you have to get into their funding formula, understand how they fund schools at a basic level. And I think that's why so much of this conversation has come back to funding, because we are in a system where anytime a student leaves a district, the district feels that deeply, and that's a result of our funding formula. And you heard with special ed too, because that's been the other theme today. And I was on that same call with Louis Esposito talking to Nebraska. They've had this program for 30 years and they're still arguing about special ed. And so I know there are thoughts that let's just do open enrollment now. It's going to take a lot more work to fix funding, to fix special education. Let's do this in the meantime. I would suggest that we rethink that approach, rethink that order of operations, and really focus on those big questions so that we get this right out of the gate. Reaching Higher is not necessarily opposed to open enrollment as a concept, but certainly want to make sure that it's done in New Hampshire in a way that doesn't risk leaving kids behind, that creates opportunities for everybody without risking opportunities for others. So we are in support of the study commission that Representative Damon had pitched, and would also just suggest thinking about other ways to make sure if this moves forward, it moves forward in a way where we're not recreating the problems other states have seen, and also where we're really thinking about how to implement this in a way that is fair to all students. I know the bill is written, I don't think includes any resources for the Department of Education, and I would think about whether there's a need for a position in the department to monitor and support implementation, to kind of be the arbiter when a parent thinks that they were denied unfairly, to handle some of these problems that you've heard from everybody before me that might come up. So with that, I hope I did not repeat too much. I know I threw a lot of financial information at you, so I am happy to take questions.
Are there any questions? Seeing none?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Becky Wilson.
I feel like we should change the sign to say still hearing SB 101. I feel like, oh, you poor people. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Becky Wilson. I'm the Director of Governmental Relations for the New Hampshire School Boards Association. I will do my very best not to repeat things that have already been said. However, as you may not be surprised to know, we do have some concerns about this bill. And I just want to acknowledge that our local school board members, as you've heard over the past 2 full days now, are passionate about their roles in their elected positions. They have articulated very clearly the agonizing and difficult decisions that they are trying to make in these roles every day. And a lot of it in response to state funding and the ways in which local property taxes are really shouldering the cost of a lot of this public education that's happening already. I do wish we'd spent 20 hours talking about how to better deal with that issue as opposed to this one, but here we are. So I would just ask, as well as we're talking about this SB 101, that you also include the testimony in your mind that you've heard over the past 2 days when you're considering House Bill 751, which I know is sort of still in limbo waiting for this committee of conference. Or other open enrollment bills. I think certainly people have come out to speak about SB 101 in particular, but I think it's important to remember that there are other open enrollment bills that are still sort of hanging out there. And I think if the committee were to act on this bill one way and act on the other bills a different way, that would be really confusing to a lot of the people who have come before you over the last couple of days. All right, first, what I think might be somewhat of an easy ask would be whether you take the bill currently or you look at the amendment. We would ask that you change the wording from sending district to district of liability. As you've heard, our local public districts are not sending students anywhere. This has nothing to do with a sending district. That gives the impression that the resident district has some sort of say in what is happening, and they do not, as you've heard multiple times. There are a number of situations where the district of liability is not as simple as just where the child lives. I think you've heard that from a number of speakers about the multiple types of situations in which districts are trying to determine who is responsible for the child, not just financially, but also decision-making. So to take out the word sending district and replace it with district of liability might be helpful. That would also allow the committee to be more clear if you do more work with these bills about in what situations the district of residence is the district of liability, when they are financially liable versus programmatically liable versus who's providing certain things like services and things like that, that would all need to be vetted out somehow. Simply saying sending district is not really representative, I think, of the policy that is being put forward. Second, the amendment that Senator Lang has brought, I know that has not been adopted yet. I don't know if it will be. However, it was really touted as a benefit that that amendment is built off of the way that we handle charter school tuition and charter school services here in the state. I'm not sure that's positive completely. I think local districts have worked really collaboratively with public charter schools over the years. It's been a long time in the making. If many of you were here when public charter schools started to really take shape, and we had the replication grant and things like that, and that really grew. It was certainly not without a lot of time, energy, administrative staffing, and conversation about how to do that well. And there are still, as you know, many issues with how that works, particularly from the provision of special education. And I know we've talked about that ad nauseum today, so I will not keep beating that down. However, building a new statewide system on a very broken foundation is not a good idea. Not because public districts don't want to figure it out, but we don't have it figured out. And so to add now the potential of every student in the state somehow accessing that kind of a system, if we're trying to make decisions in a student-centered way, that takes a lot of time and consideration, and the current system does not account for that. You had a number of bills before you over the last couple of years about charter schools and local districts trying to mesh things out with an MOU. Now there's something to repeal the MOU because we can't get everybody to agree on the MOUs. I mean, would this mean that every local district has to have an MOU with every other district where a child is potentially going? The idea of that just gives me a heart attack, to be honest. I think it's also important to acknowledge the impact that this kind of policy is going to impact outside of the school day type of programs, before school programs, after school programs, extracurriculars, extended learning opportunities, things like that where they are part of the local public district offerings often. We've heard a lot about how open enrollment is going to help parents who want to bring their kids somewhere close to their place of employment. I don't know many parents who have the luxury of only working during school hours, so I think before and after school, you know, the costs that go with that kind of programming that's available at the local district currently, that will be impacted by open enrollment. We also haven't talked at length about the potential need for the addition of administrative roles, which I know, having sat before you now for many, many years of talking about administrative roles, how that is a concern of many people. But now you're talking about expanding the administrative roles in terms of managing all the aspects of running a school which is including children from multiple towns. So never mind special ed and 504, but overseeing kids in extracurriculars, after school busing concerns, bullying investigations that cross district lines, transportation coordination. I don't know if any of you have ever served as a transportation coordinator in a district. This, again, gives me just a lot of pause. Staffing that are going to be available for when parents are coming to pick their children up after school is over, managing things like grants, Medicaid to schools, payments for things like tuition payments of any kinds, title money, who's keeping track of special ed aid, how are we prorating that, all of those pieces that are currently held by local district administrators, that will need to expand. I don't know how you're going to prorate all of those costs between the districts, and I certainly don't think that the funding that's included in the amendment is going to cover those kinds of things. You also won't be able to necessarily count on economy of scale at the district level because you're now splitting students up to different places. And so you're going to need to replicate a lot of that, and some districts may not have those positions now, and now they will need to figure that out. We're confused about the fact that the bill says this applies to students that are kindergarten through grade 12. What about families who might be seeking kindergarten or seeking full-day kindergarten where their local public district is not that program? They either have half-day kindergarten still or they're preschool, potentially an integrated preschool. What about students who are in school past 12th grade, so to speak? Do we just say to them when they've aged into what we would assume is a typical 12th grade, now you're all done? I'm not sure how that works. School board roles and governance, particularly around discipline, is the receiving school board, would they be responsible for holding things like discipline hearings if there's a concern about a student who potentially has appealed to the school board over a discipline issue? Is that school board going to be making decisions that are actually impacting the local school board of residents? For example, if a student needs an interim emergency placement for 45 days, or potentially a student is expelled or long-term suspended, is one local school district making a decision about where the child is going to school, but that cost is borne by the resident district school board? It's very confusing about how that would work. Same with staff training. If there are children who need certain staff to be trained in something in one district, or is the district of residence now paying staff in another district for to be trained? Who's paying for that? Who's organizing that? Are we now making it confusing where one local school board is, mandating that other people's staff be trained? It's the CBA issues. If a district needs to hire somebody, who's hiring that person? Who's supervising the person? We talked a lot already about the MOU. I won't continue with that. But the cost of providing special ed services, I will just say, to put on the record, the cost that districts are going to incur with the way that this is currently written is going to override any purported cost savings to the local district by students taking advantage of open enrollment. It's not going to save anybody any money. We already talked about staffing a little bit, but just again, the case management of students in multiple districts across the state who may need special ed services, and somebody to ensure that those are happening, that is going to cost more money. Never mind just sending support to other districts is going to cost money. Another aspect of charter schools, those are considered a unilateral parental placement, meaning that the parent is placing the child there. The school district is actually not able to place a child at a charter school in the state of New Hampshire. It's not allowed. The reason it's considered a parental placement is because that absolves the district to some extent of certain aspects that were the local district to place a child somewhere, the district is responsible for certain things. If a parent is placing a child there, it lends itself to the conversation that the district is not saying, we can't meet your child's needs here, you're making a different decision. Is that what this is? Is this a unilateral parental placement? That's not spelled out anywhere. Again, I know that's a special ed issue, but it is an important one because it is basically acknowledging the fact that the parent is making this placement, not the school district. And that's a really key piece to try to clean up if you're looking at responsibility for special ed services. It also acknowledges the fact that the local district where the student lives has no control over what's happening in the other district. If you're in your own district and you're providing services or curriculum or programs in your own district, then you have responsibility for that. But there's no way that I in one district can be telling another school district the way that they need to, what curriculum they ought to be using or how something needs to be done. That's not within our purview. To Representative Nato's earlier question, typically when a child moves with an IEP from one district to another, the district that is receiving that child has 30 days in which to do their best to replicate what was happening before the child moved there, and then meet within 30 days to amend the IEP based on how the child is doing over the last 30 days or what you think you might need. I do have some concerns, however, if you're accepting students without regard to their disability, which is the way that this reads, what happens after 30 days if you decide you don't have the resources to program for that child? Can then you say, okay, sorry? If not, now are you making a decision where you've accepted a child without discriminating against their disability, but you're going to ask for a whole lot of other things that the other district is going to need to provide? It's quite confusing. There are a lot of issues with capacity and the lack of definition of capacity in this bill and in the amendment. There's capacities of grade levels, capacity of bus routes. I'm not sure who's deciding that. Capacity of the building as a whole, capacity of programs, which is undefined. Is that special ed programs? Is it AP classes? Is it chemistry lab? What kind of programs are we talking about? Is it case manager capacity? Is it staff related, like you can have this many counselors for this many students capacity? Like, what is the capacity? It's unclear how a student or a school could either deny or accept a student based on capacity if you also can't have the context of any of these other things. It also doesn't speak to what if you've used up your capacity, so to speak, and then you have a home educated student who wants to come in and take a course who lives in your district. How are you supposed to handle that? If you have a student who falls under McKinney-Vento, who was not considered unhoused at the beginning of the year, but then becomes unhoused, how are you dealing with these things? Are accepted students going to get booted out in the middle of the year? That seems really not in children's best interests at all. And what kind of domino effect are you causing if you do return a student to their home district because you now have maxed out your capacity? You send a student back to their home district, they've maxed out their capacity. You're just creating this kind of lengthy domino effect that it doesn't seem as if any conversation has happened with that. Taxpayers in the receiving school are still going to be subsidizing the education of students from other towns. If your per pupil cost is $20,000 and the state is giving the receiving school $9,000, you're still picking up the remainder of that cost to keep the building open and provide all of the things that are included in your per pupil cost. So as you may know, over 100 districts recently voted on open enrollment. It would be really interesting for people to look at how your towns and constituents voted on that and see if this bill is aligned with that at all. You know, these are the same constituents who have elected all of you into these positions that have voted on these open enrollment warrant articles. And, you know, the vote on the bill should not just be to pass the bill simply because you want to do it without looking at the impacts of what your constituents have already voted on at the local level. A couple more points. July 1st is an unrealistic timeline for filling capacity. Anybody who's worked in a school district knows that the last 2 weeks of August, you're going to get a handful of people that are going to show up to enroll. They've been trying to work out their lease. They've been trying to get their job, et cetera. And now you've maxed out your capacity. I'm not sure how that's going to be dealt with. And I guess from a respect standpoint, I'm not going to belabor the special ed need. However, I would implore the committee to really think about in the past, when you have had this number of public members come to you, particularly around issues about students' safety, special education, et cetera, to think about how you have acted on those bills. And for the most part, if that group of people has been in opposition, you have voted ITL or interim study on those bills out of respect for the fact that all of these concerns have been brought forward. The most respectful thing I think this committee could do right now, honestly, would be to vote ITL or interim study on all of the open enrollment bills and to address the concerns in a thoughtful, fiscally mindful, intentional ways. Please recognize the number of parents, voters, school board members, taxpayers who are begging literally for you to not put these things through. Slow down and figure out how to do it appropriately. I haven't heard anybody who said that they would be unwilling to work with the committee to try to make something appropriate. It's out of a place of knowing in the past how things have been going and the fear that this is just going to be put through without that kind of discussion that I think is making people feel so reactive. I've been in front of some of you now for probably more than 10 years in my various roles. I know that you can just put this bill through because it's important to you for your own reasons. I know that the House of Chair Finance can just wave it off in 2 seconds on the floor after you've heard almost 20 hours of testimony on this bill. However, just because you can do those things does not mean that you should do them. And regardless of whether or not specific people who have come before you have voted for you, they are relying on you to make a decision that is rational at this point after 20 hours of testimony on these bills. We would just ask that you either put it to an interim study and have a study commission long-term to look at some of these issues and include the people that are willing to try to help you come up with something that is workable, or to vote at ITL. I'm happy to take any questions.
You mentioned that moving to a charter school would be a parental placement. What's different in that situation?
Thank you for the question, Chairwoman. Unilateral parental placements acknowledge the fact that parents are giving up some of their rights under IDEA because they are making a decision that is not a decision where the team is saying we cannot meet your child's needs, so we are placing them or suggesting to place them X, Y, and Z. The parent is making that decision outside of the team, IEP team. So they are giving up certain rights under IDEA.
And yet we still have the sending, well, district of liability.
Thank you.
Is still paying the cost for the IEP.
Thank you for the question. Yes, the district where the child lives is the district of liability and is responsible for implementing the IEP at the charter school or ensuring that it's being implemented. And that is because it is public charter schools. If they were private schools, that would not be the same. But because they are public schools, students going from one public school to another public school in the state hold on to certain IDEA rights.
Okay.
That's my concern, quite honestly, is that we're talking about public schools to public schools. If we were talking about public schools to private schools and parents were placing their children at a private schools are not beholden to IDEA in the same way that public schools are. Local districts are not can't place a child in an unapproved program in the state, and public schools are approved by the Department of Ed in the state. So the expectation is that public districts are providing special ed to students in all public schools in the state.
So a charter school being a parental placement doesn't sound any different to me.
The difference is that if an IEP team was meeting and looked at their current local program and looked at the child's needs and the IEP and said, we cannot meet these needs in our public school, we need to look for another placement. And then in conjunction with the parent, they are looking at out-of-district placements outside of the district. They're looking at programs that are approved for that child's specific needs, and they are proposing to place a child in one of those placements based on their needs. Parents are placing children at charter schools without any discussion at the IEP team. We're not talking about whether or not I don't have a particular place in mind, but let's say there's an outdoor ed charter school where primarily the curriculum is outdoor. There's a very much of a hands-on project-based type of situation. The parent thinks that would be really great for my child. I really want them to go there, and they enroll them there. The IEP team has not had anything to do with sitting down and looking at the child's needs and saying, is that a placement that can meet this child's needs? And if so, like, what do we need to do with the IEP to make sure that that can happen there? The parent is making that decision. And unilateral parental placements absolve the district of some responsibilities, not all, but some, because the parent is making that decision outside of the IEP team.
Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Deborah House.
Okay. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Education Policy Committee. I don't know if I'm last, but thank you all for staying here and hearing all this valuable testimony about Senate Bill 101 and the proposed amendment to it. My name is Deborah Howes. I'm president of the American Federation of Teachers, New Hampshire. We have about 3,500 educators, paraeducators, and school staff, mostly in pre-K through 12 public education across the state. We also have faculty and lecturers in public and private universities and town employees. We are parents and grandparents of public school students in New Hampshire, and we do oppose this legislation. One of the big reasons we oppose this is because rather than fixing the various challenges we have in our public schools for all students, it is a solution that will help a few students, but leave many students with the same challenge system that we have now. Public schools exist to serve all students' learning needs, not just a few. And every single student has a right to a great, robust public education. And I'm not going to belabor the point, but as you know well, we have a funding system that relies very heavily on local property taxes to fund our public schools, which does determine the robustness of what those students get in the classroom. This isn't just about money, but it's about the experience that students are going to have in their classrooms and what opportunities they're going to have in their public education. It's How many students are in front of that elementary school teacher in the classroom when they're trying to learn to read or do math? It's what they have for music and art classes in the middle school, what they have available to them for CTE in their own school, and what they have for AP classes. That varies greatly depending upon whether you're in a property-rich town or a property-poor town. SB 101, even with the amendment discussed, makes all of these current disparities that we have even more stark. And about 3/4 of our public school students, there's 160,000 public school students, approximately, about 3/4 of them live in districts that are considered property poor. So this is a lot of students who could be left behind and not helped by this bill if it's passed. So why would we be taking our time and state revenue to support a law that isn't going to help most of our students? As proposed with the amendment, this bill would take state base aid and some of the differentiated aid and send it with a student if they leave their current district and went to a receiving district. It would also take money of the Education Trust Fund, about $5,000, and send it to the receiving district. If we can find $5,000 to go with each student to transfer to another public school, why can't we spend that $5,000 in their current district to make it a better place for all the students who are there now? That money could be spent on fixing old and crumbling school buildings, on addressing vacancies in math, science, and special education teaching positions so we can better support students' learning needs, on expanding career and technical education for students in their current districts. So maybe there's less reason students want to go looking at other districts. You heard Reaching Higher's analysis. In other states that have statewide open enrollment policies, somewhere between 5 and 10% of the students will participate in open enrollment once the program is fully enacted. So over a few years, this could be $55 million in state revenue leaving the Education Trust Fund just to go into the coffers of districts that are already providing quite robust public education and will not be helping our students that are in districts that are struggling because their property tax bases are poor, are low, are skimpy. This bill does not provide real choice for most public school families. You've heard about that as well. Many families cannot handle the daily transportation needs to get a student to a different district. They may have one car. You may have a parent who has caregiver duties for another adult. They may not be able to reliably drive every single day. You may have another special needs child who, you can't bundle them up and take them out in all weathers. That child could not participate. Working families, rural families, low-income families are mostly left out. We heard excellent testimony on how this bill would not allow meaningful access to education with the support they need for students who are English language learners, because many of our schools don't have any capacity for that, and the bill does not require them to add it. So why are we talking about adding a program for public school transfer if we're going to say all these schools are off limits? Public schools are for all students, and all our students have a right to participate. It really just baffles me why we would think of putting such a limited program in. We need to support all our students and all of our schools so they all get a great education. And Title I as well. We heard how that would be impacted. That is a federal program that's targeted to support students coming from poverty and districts where they have high concentrations of students whose families are living in poverty. If you start moving students around from one district to another, you will see less support for students who need support in their schools. So you'll be taking away again from the students who need it most. A policy that works only for some families is not true choice, it's selective access. You've had a lot of very detailed expert testimony about students with disabilities and how this will impact what they receive when they get to a school if their parents elect open enrollment. We've also heard that there have been experiences in other states like Wisconsin and Nebraska where students were denied open enrollment. Maybe not directly because they have an IEP, because that would be a civil rights violation, but they were weeded out somehow. The bill does say you can't deny them directly because of that. But again, we have that capacity language where you don't have to add any staff. So there do seem to be ways that would create a barrier without having to see a student's IEP first. We don't have any services, sorry. If all students can't use this program, is it appropriate to put in our public schools and to spend state money on it? Are you opening up the state for legal challenges on civil rights grounds? If ELL students can't use it because there's no capacity, if special ed students can't use it because at least the history in other states show they get denied 3 and 4 times as often as general education students, it's a real question, and you should have the answers to it before you move ahead with something like this, because you are opening yourself up to liability. SB 101 also has an impact on educators and staff. When a few students leave a district, that has a budgetary impact. And as we know, the most expensive thing in most budgets that you are able to cut is staff. When you start cutting staff, obviously that has means that it affects those who are cut personally. It also affects those who are left. They have more students in front of them in their classroom. They have less time to spend meeting those students' needs. The paraeducators have higher caseloads. The counselors have higher caseloads. It is harder to do your job well when suddenly people you have worked with for years aren't there. The sharing you've done of trying to figure out how to help students, your work partner's not there that you used to bounce ideas off, or you used to figure out how to help this student who's struggling with this. They're not there anymore. So it does have that kind of impact. It also has an impact on schools having a hard time retaining and hiring teachers. If you have constant turnover because you have budget instability, you're always hiring new, just out of college teachers, training them for a couple of years. That's cost in staff training. And then as soon as they can, they'll move someplace, maybe not all that far away, where the pay is better. So they get a year or 2 or 3 experience, and then they move. And that's very disruptive to your school community. And the students feel that. They get a less expert education. They get teachers who are less able to handle behaviors with confidence and grace. And the students don't get what they frankly deserve, because you learn so much each year as an educator and get so much better each year the longer you do it. It also is going to harm local taxpayers in districts where students are leaving. You don't get to cut the budget that much just because a few students leave. You still have the building, you still have the bus, you still have the heat. You may be able to cut a few staff here and there, but your taxes are going to probably go up to absorb what you have lost in the state aid. Eventually, you may be able to cut the budget back some, but your taxes will be going up. And that special education cost that you cannot control as well when it's out of district. You might be sending staff to go different places to support those special education students. You don't have the ability to schedule as well. Like your local speech language person might be traveling, or you might not have an in-house speech language person. You might have to have 3 consultants that you've hired in different towns that you're now paying whatever the consulting rate is. You're losing that economy of scale, and this is all now on your local taxpayers. There's more cost here that's being downshifted if this gets passed. And now there's that word, segregation. In other states that have done this, they find that open enrollment tends to separate students more by economic, academic, and disability. So economic level, academic ability, and then disabilities. When you have open enrollment, you don't end up with students mixing together and having more opportunity to be in heterogeneous groupings. It tends to end up homogenizing more. It is not a great equalizer. Is that what we want in New Hampshire? Public education should unite communities, not divide them. SB 101 moves New Hampshire in the wrong direction. If our goal is to meet our constitutional obligation to all Greenwich State students and provide a great public educational opportunity for them all in their own districts, this takes us in the wrong direction. We're really urging you to find this inexpedient to legislate, come back with a study committee, have a full and rich conversation with all the stakeholders, pay attention to the people who voted in all those communities who want control over their local school budgets and a say in how this is done. They voted, yes, we'll consider open enrollment, but we want to say, you know, whether people are leaving, how many are leaving. We don't want instability. We do want to protect the ability to provide a great education for our students. And we don't want surprise up and downs on the budget. So please, ITL this, and that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Any questions? Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. With respect to districts of liability, in the event that like Johnny ends up at a school outside of their district within the first month or so and then decides it's not meeting their needs and they're going back to their district of residence, is there a possibility that other things like negotiated contracts could come into play because there are shifts and changes happening in a way that were unanticipated? Where you have either more students than you have teachers available and you might have to impromptu hire somebody new, or you might have to send somebody elsewhere to help meet needs. Like, I think you were kind of getting at that with contracts, like hiring multiple service providers.
So if you're talking just, a general education student, the ability would be, do you have room to take that student back? If it's a district of residence, I would think you'd have to, but then do you have to let someone else who's come in go? Do you have to squeeze a desk in that you took out of the basement? Yeah, and one child probably isn't too big of an issue. If they're coming with need for special education support, then you've got to look at what do you have to support that child, and do you have room on a caseload? And it can be really hard if you're talking about someone who needs something specialized. Do they need OT? Do they need PT? Do they need speech language? And what level of that? Do you have any room at all do you have that in-house? Do you have any room at all in that person's schedule? Are they already maxed out on how many students they can see, how many hours there are in the day, how many different schools they can go to? I come from Nashua. So we have people who already go all around the district and to charter schools. And sometimes the schedule is full and you're talking about, trying to rearrange puzzle pieces. Not that it can't be done, but it needs to be done with great care, and it could require hiring a consultant temporarily to take someone back in. We're playing, we're thinking theoretically here, but yeah, I know there are times when schedules are that tight because you don't tend to be overscheduled in anything because nobody likes to be paying a dime more than they need to. And we hear that every single budget season, repeatedly. Yes.
Representative McDonald?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And hi, Ms. Howes. It is nice to see you again. Yep. And I want to make sure I understand your testimony. Is there a specific point that we should focus on that compelled you to come a second time? Has something changed from last week that allowed you to want to speak twice when most people only spoke once?
I didn't speak last week.
My apologies.
That's fine.
You're all of that.
Yes. I would have liked to, but no.
Well, either
I'm
way, it
sorry.
was nice to see you.
It was good to see you. That's okay. I'm glad I could clear that up. Thank you for the easy question.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Is there anyone else who would like to speak on SB 101? Seeing none, we will close the hearing. Thank you, everybody, for your patience.
Madam Chair, question about next week. We got a notice that just talked about Wednesday. So not Monday, we're just meeting Wednesday next week?
Correct.
Okay, and no, I'm just confirming. No, I just want to make sure.